Hello, listeners. Hi, my name is Madhavi, and I'm so happy to have you on UppTalk. You have come to the right place if you want to learn about IT and do really cool things with your hands. We are not just another IT company when I say UppTalk. Think of us as your learning partner dedicated to helping you reach your full potential. We have top notch hands on courses to help you build your business, whether you're new to technology or want to move up in your current job. Let's look around this as our first step towards learning.
In this chapter, understand what is work late, what is the usage of work late, and what is basically the definition of work late and their use, how these things, this particular function or application makes someone's work easy in terms of referring some of the content from their direct team or upcoming events or any other information, and where do they see the notification section and the upcoming, you say announcement section, and how you can configure it, and basically overview of this current page. And then we have business objects. We'll understand what our business object, how to identify them, why they are called business objects, and what is their importance in the entire system, and then go through the basic and additional navigations. That includes different applications. Where to get these applications, research functionality, these icons. What is the mean of these icons? And what are recommended for you, and timely suggestions from the system. Here, this sidebar menu is basically given to you for your quick access regarding different applications. You can create these applications by your own, or you can have usage from these applications to get your direct the reportees, which are your direct the users, team members, absence related information on your fingertips, related job requisitions, open in your supervisory organization or somebody else who is directly reporting to you, having their job breaks open with them. You can check your own requisitions, number of requisitions you have created in particular time frame. You can do the performance dashboard checkup, and you see your reports here, and you have the functionality of going to my report section from here as this my report section. Let that how many number of how many type of reports you have access to, or what all reports somebody scheduled to you on daily or monthly or various frequencies. If you click on this my report, you'll understand if there are any report that is aligned to you or you have access. Currently you've been aligned, or basically all these created by this user Devia, which we are having currently, not this one, sorry, this one. You have created all these reports in some time in the past, or the type of the report is there Excel formats, text documents, XML document during the conversion maybe, and you can see the further related actions against these Excel file, whether you want to have an instance. Migrate with object transport, migrate from this tenant to another tenant. What happens whenever there is a need of getting highly complex reports, or that some reports which takes longer duration to create into the tenant to replicate basically into the production tenant. What the PMO team, what the HRS team used is they use this functionality, which is migrate the object transporter. What will this function do is they will basically take the entire function of this report along with the definition, along with everything, scheduling everything, basically the core skeleton that will be moved from sandbox to production tenant for quick access, reducing the number of minutes and hours spent again on the creation of the same setup, and again give the flexibility to the users to immediately use or utilize or start functioning on These reports that comes through the related action of this report, wherever you see these, are basically functionable or editable. You see the repository documents. Basically, if we have to make it accessible to everyone, then only we will use this function. Yes, that could be another option or suggestion from your side. Function not. Suggestion from your side to the end users who are required to work on those reports or role groups who are required to work on those reports. As long as you are working on the report, it is your own property. It will. Let me have this report open. RADI is an abbreviation that stands for Report Definition. You see this report name matching with the same. Mother1 address change report, and this is the execution time. At what time this report was scheduled or executed from the system. That is 6th of October 2024 at Zodazi, which means at midnight. If you open this report, a new tab. This may sound some high information. Just flag me then and there if it is not meeting your understanding or expectation level to understand these concepts. This is basically the skeleton of any report you see in Workday system. This Excel file is basically an output of this configuration, which we will be understanding in chapter 9 or 10, which is calculated field and report section. How these reports are coming into your My Report section because of this functionality. Currently, the statement you made recently revolves around here report definition. Sharing option for it is don't share report definition, which means other than you, nobody will have access to go through these reports, even find this report on search bar. That let's take the proxy of any user you name. Start proxy, just have a name. Of this report to Moir1, take proxy of John. Which is very common, just the rest of type RD if he is added into. To that report section or criteria reporting admin, you will have at least the view access. If not because of that share option, that report was not shared to everyone, even the recruiting admin will not have a proper proper access to enable or work on those reports. Even though they are categorized into the report admin, they will not see those reports in Workday systems directly from search bar. This is one functionality, although they can have all reports, view all reports or view reports, custom reports. The other things are there. If you want to search any report which is being marked on, do not share with anyone. There is command list view custom report. Check this later on, otherwise dwell somewhere else. What I was telling you in the report section, my report. Let's say you do not remember the type of reports you own. You just go to your profile here, home page here, and go to My Reports. Under this My Report, you will have all the reports which are created by you, or number of shared users against these reports. Wherever you have 0, which means these are high, these are specific to you, only no one is marked as shared user. Wherever you have 1, 2, or any number of type users, there you can have what it says. Oh, sorry, we are still on the page of John Cena. We need to stop the proxy. My This report, RPT test report, this is being shared with this person, which means he has access to edit this report or view this report. Similarly, if you add number of users here or role groups here, basically these are users. Let's say if you assign HR partner in the share option of all authorized groups, then if 10 items, 10 number of users are there in that HR partner, your number will update to 10 here or 7 here or 5 here based on the number of users that report is going. For the access mode, edit mode, this is clear, where you can see your reports and how you can see if this is assigned or not. Whichever report has been created by you having the functionality of delete, as if the report is you being utilized into any dashboard, you cannot delete it. And simply, first you have to deactivate the asset report from that dashboard in the share option and the output option. You have to uncheck this. Let me open this art. PT to understand PT. RP test report. Here in the output file, it's an advanced report output file, and this says this is temporary. A report definition and will automatically be deleted by the system on or after 1st of October, which means it is already been deleted. Currently, this report is being utilized by HR administrator group and this user. I believe HR administrator group is there and the user number is updated there. Report definition usage, again the same thing happens. How many times the report definition and where it is utilized. Have understanding here, report schedule process. This is the basic function of reporting, how you can see the number of type of reports you've created and how you can leverage that action. Coming to the next chapter, which is applications and worklet. Worklet is basically giving you a quick tip or quick hand on accessing the information related to your team members, related to your other functions. Basically, managers are requiring this function on their home screen of Workday. Instead of going to their supervisory organization and member section and see the number of reporting direct reporters they have, they prefer to do it on otherwise, which is Worklet. Worklet you can do. The creation of these worklet is through Create Bulletin Worklet and place it on your home screen. The task to create is Create Work Late Bulletin. Work late is the task, create bullet or create campaign work. Campaign work late are basically these announcement sections. You can provide a naming convention and landing page where you want this worklet to represent. On your screen. Usually, managers prefer to do it on home screen. Somebody created as DB home actions or landing page. Onboarding landing page or recruiting landing page. If you want to have any workload displayed on onboarding landing page, the moment you initiate the onboarding things, you will receive some sort of information there. Or recruiting landing page, there could be any other options enabled by your organization. In real time basis, you have to very cautious about these things, where you want the workload to be showed on or displayed on once you select the landing page proof for. The bulletin worklet, you have different functions to enable here. What is the order of this? You can, since we have only one, the moment you add the order section will enable the functionality. You can do the top and bottom of these things and you can add number of other workloads to be enabled for your reference. If you want to put an expiration date, let's say we want location is request to San Francisco. Workday is pretty much lenient on searching functions. If you are just populating functions, then they will give you basically result here. Berlin. Not here in the rules section. Are we restricting the entity or the person, or we are just assigning who can access it? It can be both. How can we do the both? Can you please elaborate? Date on that part. Let's say you created a condition rule, create condition rule. Condition rule for optional event. Optional event is an optional field. Sorry, condition rule. For optional field is a task where you mention that we do not want to see this particular headcount reporting to India. You mark their location is not equal to India. In this section, you think that functionality is available in this location, India. If the hiring location is UK or India, workers located in India and similarly. You can create similar conditions there. Let's say we want this to be displayed only to the workers located in India, that is restriction, or you provide here anyone with a fresh eye who recently joined the organization. Location, address, country in the selection list is India and this says view condition rule. Create condition rule for optional event is and the task where you can create such conditions. If you expand this condition in a different tab, you will see the overall creation or skeleton of the condition rule you are permitting or allowing Workday to execute on this thing. Next, if you have any message from CEO of the company, HR, head of the location, worker by manager, organization worker by location. If you want to put an expiry date after this date, the message will expire from the defined location. Usually what happens during the hire, you will receive a message on Workday. Welcome to the company and this will do the next 60 days. You will be aligned with different Events different next 20 days. You'll be aligned with different sessions, payroll sessions, benefit sessions. Stakeholders of these entities or these functions will meet you in your office location and help you understand all the fun and facts and the other functions. You can provide similar message here. If you have any custom image of your organization, you can upload that. And this you can. Formatting text is allowed. And you can basically provide a heading here, paragraphs here, text values here, bold, italic, underline, and color coding here. And you can basically send a link as insert a link and send this as a message as you can include any message. That customization you can do. Plus, if you have any video to show on those worklets, you can provide title here, description of that video. And if any preview images are available, you can customize this section very neatly too. Just have a snippet, bit of the preview image, and then you can provide the URL here. That URL will land to some other locations, maybe the company's website or any departmental video that you have in-house or external. You can provide here, select the action, whether it is an action, whether it is a custom report, or whether it is a link. If it is an action, what type of action it is. If it is a custom report that you created, which will require to show on the workload, you can select that. If it is an external link, you want the new hire employee to visit your company's website for more insight. And if no action is there, you can select none of the above. With this functionality, once you have all things customized, you can click and see that function enabled on your home screen. And it will look similar this, and it's a bulletin worklet, which means showing the information, showing the what you say, information of your organization or any new welcome message or any other this hello welcome to. ABC or ABC company location, similarly you can create similar. This important date and awaiting action on your function. There is, this function is all automatically enabled by Workday. And this is nothing but a brief summary of this, my task. For more actions, hello. Yes, hello. Actually, I'm getting confused. Which we have just saw is a campaign kind of a workload, which we are sharing with the team or any other person, but in the create bulletin work late. You mentioned that the manager wants it to be on their desktop to have a team information. Yes. In that matter, how can a manager make a change? We make the campaign booklet the bulletin booklet. Remember, we have action report and link section. Yes. In that report section, you have to enable basically this report, which is your headcount report, provides your headcount report. That report you create. Very basic report need to be created, and in the output section of that report, remember, when we open our report in the next field, this will basically or not this one. For share option, we open the report section. Beside the share, there was another option that says output. Under that output, if you enable as worklet, enable this report is worked it, then you will have a proper understanding and a proper visibility of that report. In this dialog box section, it is your teamwork chart. Are you going to do any tactical scenario? We are actually doing it in that. We will do first. Let me have a brief the different functions available. We will definitely do it. Either is a double task, and without you cannot understand it properly. Yesterday I provided the overview of Workday. How it is. What are different functions? Now I'm just providing you the actions and the related actions available for our quick access and get you aware of the basic functionalities of Workday homepage and your profile page. After that, we will be doing on the function part, which is configuration and creation part. Effective next class we will be doing, and a lot of configuration with respect to different functions, different the modules and chapters we have. Whatever theoretical we are doing till today only. This awaiting action is nothing but basically a brief introduction or brief summary of your this. My task. When you expand to go to my task, you have again the same number reflecting. Here 3019. It will open the new function here, a new tab here, and then these are timely suggestions. Automatically derived by Workday. Workday will assess your profile for long terms. Let's say you have added your address, and after 3-4 years to 3 years, maybe 6 months Workday, realize that if there are movement in your if there are events performing in your profile, would you require to check your last updated address? Is any change? You can update it, otherwise keep it as it is. It will suggest you which function you need to look for, which function you need to work on. Here, mentorship helps your team. Members grow. This is again an ideal suggestion, nothing to worry about it or nothing to work on it on immediate basis, but if you have some time or if you want to have to work on these things, you can choose a mentors here. And again in the same update contact details. We would you to review your emergency contact. It's been there for many months or many days. Do you want to update your contact details in the emergency section or not? Again, it's a completely optional thing then. Recommend it for you. It will give you some random facts and ask you to update on your profile, manage your profile, look for your organization chart, understanding your people, network, all these things, and these are A based. Next is your menu option. This menu option holds a maximum of 20 applications for your action in the real-time production environment. You will be having 5 to 7 applications in your hand or in your bucket on which you are using daily basis. This is a testing tenant. People are executing or basically selecting and creating these applications. You can always add multiple applications for the top one which you use frequently will show here. You can create application shortcuts for your immediate access or the ready to execute access. Create job profile is one sort of task which somebody added as shortcut here. Instead of typing here, create job profile, they immediately go here and select this task. You can have an effective date and you can do the creation of the job profile. Then this is search functionality. Let's say a Workday basically uses a lot of abbreviations. If you are not aware of the which precise thing you need to open and what is the abbreviation to look for any particular transaction or any particular command or task, you need to put question mark here and press enter. Let it load. It says better ways to search. How to use prefix words. Term is prefix. Remember, we use as standees for report definition. This is one of the prefix we use for report definition instead of typing report definition and then colon and the type of report we want to look for. You just type report. Definition word. These are all your prefixes. You can have a very close look on these things and look Identify which all are relevant to you and keep a note of it. It is very helpful for those who start to begin in the workday for search purpose or for they are a bit confused sometimes that what to search for getting proper result. If you want to have an ad hoc payment, you just type here the payment. If you want to have address, you can just type address here. Any other function can think of? Yes, business process. If you want to have a business process definition, you can type business process BP here in colon. And once you provide any abbreviation, Workday will not look anywhere else apart from the abbreviated command you are providing here. Let's say, for example, we type hire here. It is giving you distracted results. Sometime it is giving you a higher custom landing page group. Some. The another is a task which you need to execute in order to hire any employee. Hire and termination dashboard, custom landing page group again. Then again, somebody created a record with the name of hire. A user profile is created with the name of hire. And having worked HR admin profile and reporting to Logan McNeil or India location. Then again, there is one more employee and there are few more functions are available. The moment you put, and these are distracted search, although it is giving you the most recent search, it is distracted search as you could go ahead and type BP here. BP stands for Business Process Definition. Now you see the change in the result search criteria. What we see here is business process definition in all sections. And even if you do view more, no matter what is the actual count of search, all you see is business process definition. How many people? Akshay, sorry to interrupt. Will you please confirm where you will be able to find these abbreviations? You just need to put question mark here and press enter. It will give you somehow to use prefix words. Basically guidance as to search for an employee or contingent worker, you type the worker thing. Let's say you add Logan McNeil is a very famous profile in Workday. You see here number of search result appear and those search result having different sections. Different dimensions are there different basically the directions are here. One is leading to a task request loan which is somehow they are meeting to the search result. They are just escaping the G here and then try. Request loan, then create the Logan, which is username is here, then Logan meal again is an original user here. Then we have the custom landing page naming Logan's dashboard test Logan. Fresco the moment you add worker, against it worker and colon. Colon is to execute the abbreviation. And the moment you add this much thing, now what you see here in the terms of Logan, you will only see employee type, whether it is a contingent worker or employee worker. Only the employee detail will come out in the search result. 51 accounts are included there in terms of Logan name, and all these 51 accounts you have employee section. Here either it could be contingent worker, it could be employee, but 51 all meeting. To the parameter of this worker section, worker criteria, I hope this is clear. Once you start with the Workday tenant in your organization, next organization, current organization, or in this testing tenant, try this searching functionality. It will give you a lot of information and you can note down some of the most utilized abbreviations for your quick reference. In order to save time, one more is, I'm not sure it's working here in this tenant or not, but in the production it is highly usable and effective. Task suborg basically. Or org provide you the result of supervisory organizations only, no matter how many supervisory organizations you have, all will be categorized into this search parameter and always keep a check on this line, this left side pane. You only see, oh, we have not typed the command here support. Now we have support how many? 99 supervisory. Organizations available wherein Logan McNeil is either a naming convention, either in the naming convention or either is manager or inherited manager. The search tip is search functionality is clear to everyone. Let's move to the second concept, which is business object. Any idea for what is business object? What is object? Basically not about the business only. How do you define an object? Any information you see here in blue color having a highlight under that are basically considered as business object into Workday system. The another definition is business object, and this is the formal definition you can see or the one which you can provide in your interviews, and sometimes they ask you what is business object or the abbreviation. For business object is BO. When they say BO during the reporting question, I had a reporting interview, they frequently use two terms, which is PBO and RBO. PBO stands for primary business object and RBO stands for related business objects. Understand these things later on when we go to the reporting section, but business object stands for PBO, stands for business object, which means any function or anything that has a collection of different fields which help to create a process, the particular function that can be utilized in any process. This is a basically field job family, and this is a function which job profile. This is a boo here. Under this video, it only looks HSCO. We have different fields which helps to execute this job profile function. If you just open this job profile, you will see different components adding it. And all these components are individually enabled to perform different functions. If you just remove one of them, the entire bool will not work either in proper manner or at all. For example, let's load it first. If you remove this job code from the boo, from the business object, which is this HCO, you will not be able to load any EIB into the system. What is the reason and why you will not be able to raise or input any inbound EIB into the system? Any? because EIB basically using the reference code, and for this job profile, it is not this wording. Here, this is not the alphabetical naming combination. The EIB will read. E will read JC5244H21143. The moment it reads this functionality, it will immediately relate to this functionality and the input they receive and upload in the system will be reflect HCO. This profile has been applied. The job profile have been uploaded by the EB as I use of ABE, but in down the line system is looking for this code. If you remove these things from this entire job profile, you won't be able to make any function in the mass upload, mass EB upload in Workday system, which is why it is just a single component or single field you can see, but it is somewhere contributing. And very critically in these, in the functioning of BO, it is a collection of different fields that makes a business, of that makes an object. Keep that makes an object to utilize or to access or to work on the system. The functionality, if somebody asks you what is business object, you can tell them this difference definition. This is business object, and wherever you have related actions, here this related actions, and these are blue marked underlined. These all are considered as business object. It is highly possible one business object are being utilized or basically using multiple other business object as a related business object. All the other business object always have their own fields, but they are contributing somewhere into creating a different business object. For this, we have a report which is typed to look for the available business object into the Workday system. This is view business object details, and I would urge you to have a very detailed understanding on these things. These things are being preferred as business object. Even this position is also a business object. We have a report here which that says business object details, in which you have to provide that function or business object basically. Application will take the recruitment process, this business object being highly utilized in the recruitment process. During external and internal hirings, this business object of job application having 778 fields, or you can say connected items, which makes them a chain to complete the function. If there is anything executing in terms of job application anywhere in the process, possibility is that this business object is keeping information or driving information from these fields having their own description, and the field source wherever you save. Workday delivered, which means these are provided by Workday and these are being coined by Workday. And during the implementation, it will be directly loaded into your system, and it has related business object as wherever you find this field under job application, you can check or you can see some of the reference or some of the fields from this business object, as this function will exactly working in this top application as in this. What is that? Aboriginal and Indigenous identification. Section selection again. This is a business object. Wherever there are no related business object, which means they are specifically created for this function, these are categorized as function wherever you have multiple values inputted into. It was single value inputted into it, which means they are being referred for this as this. And there you will see calculated one, which means somebody has created it, and custom business object, which is custom field. Again, these are somebody who have created it. Field type, since we have a field name, we have a field source, which is word to deliver. Then we have a field type, and when you create a calculated field, we have a chapter in this course for content, which is at chapter 10. Calculated field. That calculated field is basically referring to this table, the moment. Meant you have a very good idea or understanding of this report. The reporting section will be very pretty much easy for you. In the very beginning, I request or urge you to have a look on these reports. This can be easily available in everyone's tenant. You just have to type business object details and then the type of business object you want to search for the related fields. We were referring to the overview of this. I hope this is clear. At least, if not in depth, at least the overview is clear about the business object and how you can get the details of the business object through what all fields are there whenever you are creating a report. Could I request you to kindly repeat this once again? Sure, business object is basically a collection of different fields which help you to create a report or help you to execute a function on Workday system. Let's say job profile is one of the example. For business object, under the job profile there is one job code, there is one management level, there is one job profile name, there is one compensation grade, which we can see on the system. Job profile, or you can say the job application as this one words. Reflecting here this two or one word, a combination of two word, basically job, application, whatever it keeps hiding inside this, the overall structure that, let it open. Oh, job application will find job profile. That will be easy for you to understand. Job profile will take HR partner or HR partner. For us, this is just one or two word HR partner, but ultimately for system it is a collection of different fields which help to create this function, and that function is referred as business object into the system, and the collection of business object create another series which is called data source. In reporting section, in the extracting data section, this data source business object and fields are highly important. If you have the chain hierarchy followed through the system, you will get the exact amount of data, accurate data from the system. I hope that is clear now. It's clear now. When you open any job profile here, you have your job code. Again, it is a field here. Is the job code system defined, or we have to give the job code? The field is system defined. However, you can have your own input. The how the field would work, that is system defined. What is the structure of job code that you can define or just let the system decide? Job profile. Now you will be able to understand much better. I have two tabs open for you. One defines the business object details of job profile, having 461 items mostly calculated. completed and work to deliver custom fields. And on the other hand, we have this skeleton of job profile of HR partner. This job code with prefix is one field name, is derived from source of work to deliver and where it is using job and positions. It's a default area, authorized usage, and the description says a job code field for the Find Job Profile report. Similarly, there are other things which are aligned here. You can see job description referred in the job profile section, and you'll see different related business object as. If not, this one is clearly searchable here. You can go to this section. You see this links to related business object means list of business objects, that job profile. Links to these are direct one. These are related where the link is there, and this is the list of business object that have link with job profile. There is a very slight difference between these links to job profile and that have linked to job profile. And there would be always some variation in the count as the business object. These are items having their primary business object something else, but they have some direct link with this job profile, this business object and these are the direct reports. Or you can say the direct field of job profile, but having the links to some other as yes, no, it is clear or what. Once when you do some dig down on this, when you do some investigation on these two things, you will have more understanding. And if you have more understanding, depending on this, you would be able to create or execute the reporting task very easily. And this is required to perform on different function as you create some, you raise some request compensation transaction for one of the employee, then you will see that there are number of events. There are number of wordings that are referred as business object in the particular transaction. In the BO as the business process as you'll find number of business object to be utilized in certain functions. And the next part is data source. In job business object instance, data source. This one I believe data source is a collection of different business objects. Again, data source having related business object and direct business object, which is direct are known as primary business object, and related are known as RBO. How many data sources are there? 2768. Somewhat it is common to the testing as the actual Workday count, it could be possible that your own Workday system in your organization meeting, the same number somewhat 100 and 200 plus. Minus would be the variation, and these are data. Source type are standard, some are indexed. The only difference between standard and index is that index will not move you or let you move outside of this scope, outside of this data source function. Whatever business fields, business object it will look for in this direct relation, which are directly reporting to or tagging to this data source. However, the standard let you see otherwise as, let's say if some business objects are not meeting to the hierarchy of this 1095C, then you can look for some other as. However, in the indexed one, you won't have accessibility to look for other as. Then there are, let's see here, only we have any. No, we can't have that function. And these, the inherited are there or not indexed one. There are two type of things on. Both of them are being created, and I mean pass it to you by Workday only. Workday Extend is one of the, or Studio is one of the application that helps to create data source. If somebody asks you how the data source being created, it is the Workday Studio application. Workday Extend application that helps you create data sources and allow you to relate or tag different business objects and feeds into one set of data source. It is something that you cannot create in the same tenant which you receive in your organization or here in the basically the institution. Even the one you would receive in your organization for production, load production, function, and testing for the functioning. That also will not give you the functionality of creating data source because this is something with it that comes from the high complexity. The combination of field, business object, and data source is clear to everyone. You have your data source filter here, and I'll tell you the difference of these things and the understanding of these things. Data source type again standard, which means it can be utilized in multiple business object. Built-in prompts, I hope prompts are, easy to understand into everyone to basically flag some of the parameters wherein there is requirement to provide some input before extracting the report. There are some business objects, data sources, which are configured for inbuilt prompts and that if you are adding any of them as a business object to the data source, the system will automatically pick up these built-in prompts, which means they are categorized by Workday, let's say absence case by worker for organization, and date range parameters. This requires a sort of definition here, and this requires basically built-in prompts that should be ended related to absence case include subordinate organization and organization. One set up and started in this prop, one organization, and if there are any subordinate organization relating to or directly reporting to this organization. Start and end date to capture the record of absence. Sends cases in within time range that get this category, this data source is related to the category of time and time of an M leave and data source filters are not provided here. Some of them having filters, those filters are provided here. These are basically default filters. We have default prompts there. Our default filters as filters are basically help you to access more and secure. Not secure, basically more structured and a constraint. Look for the data that you want it to extract in the report. For example, if you want only out of head count of the global, if you want the absence cases for particular supervisory organization who's working or whose business expansion is limited to India and Australia only, you'll select the top. Organization of India location, India supervisory and include the subordinate organization of India headcount and similarly you'll select for the UK headcount or Australia account and then do the include subordinate of both the headcount. You have three supervisory organizations and you put a date range effective 1st of October till 31st of October 2024. How many absence cases are falling in these two or three supervisory organizations? This is one example. Go back to basic and additional navigations. This is the Workday Help or Workday Assistant logo. Anytime you have any question in terms of a refresher into the workday, or maybe something that you are not aware of, you can always take help of this. Akshay, this is Barak. Sorry to interrupt. What is the difference in the built-in prompts and the prompts that was there in under the filter? Sorry, what is the difference between built-in prompts and the prompts that showed under the filter? In the previous screen, you had the data source vary. I got a question. What is the difference between built-in prompts and the parameters reflecting in the filter value? What is the difference between the two prompts? Basically, these are not prompts. These are basically conditions or parameters provided to the system that we want only this set of data out of the prompts available to us. Let's say I'll take another example into the previous one. Very detailed example. You are working in a UK location. Tommy and you both are into the same supervisory organization. Prompts first have an understanding of prompts. Prompts is basically giving you the access to have a data from particular set as in particular format, or parameter, which means if you are looking for an absence case and providing any particular supervisory organization, and then you would request workers of that supervisory organization function within that difference range, and you have option to select whether to include direct subordinates, the subordinates or not. This is your function under the filter. You are basically drill down more to the precise condition that you want. For example, in the same supervisory organization, you want those who are recently hires or those who have completed 5 years of your tenure. It's basically a second level of filter that's provided under the prompts, because prompt essentially does the same thing. Prompt is basically filtering your data. Prompt is basically, that is not something exactly prompts is related to. Filtering is here to drill down your data into more precise information. Filter and subfilter. If you have filter and subfilter, then you are exactly focused to the one point out of the other context, the built-in prompts available for you to utilize. Live's built-in prompts provides you a platform where you can provide a location-based supervisory organizations in your business is there. Your organization is working in 7 locations or 3 locations for that matter, India, UK and Australia. You want a global headcount report. For the global, you have obviously type CEO supervisory organization. That will extract the headcount of all 3 locations. This is prompt under the filter. In the same prompt under the filter we want those who are on particular entities out of 5, 6 entities. We want data of particular entity. It will refer to the built-in prompts and then primarily extract the data to you for the filtration part. Also, it is not necessary to have built-in prompts there in the report, but you can always mark your filter, and both are optional. Without prompt, you can also provide some filters, or with prompt, you can also provide some filters. Thank you. What I was telling you, it is work to assistant. For some reasons, after they release one of release 2 of the September 2024, this function is not working. This function is not working at all. Apart from that, this is a notification section where you will have all sort of notifications. Regardless of a transaction, any document available to you, any feedback available to you, any task which is pending on you, any approval which you need to take on, all sort of notification wherever your role is required to perform any certain action or receive certain documents. Then comes to my task. My task is basically an area or a field wherein you have all the tasks aligned to you or waiting for your approval or action. A person wherever your designated role is defined, for example, in the title change of this person. You are being referred as an approver. Part title change approver, you are being marked as approver, and somebody else, Ashley, and Ashley says title change completed on 8th of October 2024. It's a due date, sorry. 1 day ago, they initiated the title change information for Bachanas Ross for the position. Earlier, she was the Senior Manager Operations team. Now the current title is Manager. Global Support. The proposed title is Senior Manager Operations team. As long as it is not approved, it will always be in the pending stage and you are being marked as approver here, which is because you are one of the role group. Sorry, you are one of the user marked in the particular role group which is required to complete this business process. You will see where here you are marked as in the business process of this overall process. You can open this any point of time before approving it. Look for the business process, remaining business process by opening in the new tab. You have the detail section here. Since it is pending on you, you have my action. If it is not pending on you, you won't see this header in your transaction detail. This is detailed what is changing, what is proposed, and what is current, and what letter against the change of this proposed change is required or presented to you for verification or for addressing the change. Then what is the process? It says title change initiator. Ashley was an initiator, approval by manager, and this supervisory organization basically it's a role, this person related to this organization or step. It's a waiting action here. Somebody reassigned this step to this person earlier. This was placed to somebody else. Now we have remaining process as once you approve, what will happen to this transaction? It will again go to approval by ABI manager, where there is a group ABI manager. The group is basically a role based security group wherein different map people are aligned into a different functions and operations aligned into and whether the domain security policies and policies inheriting permissions are aligned. The role has access to position they support. Access rights to organization applies to current organization and unassigned subordinates. Once we will go to the security, we will understand and you will understand this page more precisely here. This is an overview wherever your role is assigned. Your role is aligned. You will receive all the transactions here. Then you have book. Approved. Bulk approve means if you are having more transactions and you are running out of time or maybe you require some of the transactions to automatically complete or send it to the next person from your bucket as they are waiting for longer duration. You can just select all here, or you can go one by one. It's working a bit slower. We can go one by one. Comment. You need to provide a comment. If you want to see the details, you can see here. It will again open a different page or maybe start reflecting the details here only in the page. Or if you want to upgrade all, update all, you can provide one comment. I believe the comment section will open for all 15. It's running a bit slow. If not, then it is good for us. You are about to process 15 atoms. Click to continue. This is a page alert. One error shows espresso call stack invalid numeric values applied for this value. Check this later. Move with one transaction only, which is the very first. This task was completed successfully. There is one error in this tenant. We have to check it while the error is coming up. Not that error comes into the picture. We would have been completing all 15 transactions. By the time and what happens to this transaction, it will move to the next person. From our page, it will be moved to the next person, and who is the next person basically. Possibility is that we are aligned to that particular group. It is provided to us. Again, in the real world, there will be different stakeholders and managers and approvers will be there. Once you approve, it is quite possible that it will not come back to you. Unless you belong to the other user group, as in those cases, if you belong to different user groups. Once you approved at one point of time, the reality, the next, and next role group will have automatic approval from your side. Do it later when we actually start doing the organization's things and transactional. Uh, Apart from that, this is your profile. You can always go to My Account section. A task for you once you receive the tenant access or once you have your office tenant access. I'm not sure about you need to go to this task. Tenant setter. Always do it on a view mode. Do not change anything in this. Either it is a sandbox tenant, it's sandbox preview tenant, it's a production tenant in your organization or in a testing tenant. It has a direct impact on the functioning of the tenant, and role groups and all functions are directly impacted in this. I want you guys to go through these. There are basically 8 tenants available. And these are the global setup 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 tenants are there, 11 type of tenants. That is covering almost entire work. Day, systems, functionality. You have a SIEM here. You have a SIEM here. You have recruiting. Here you have payroll. Here you have finance. Here you have other workloads, assistant, global security and system and business process and integrations, what all functions are enabled, what are not are neatly defined here, and you can basically customize your tenant. In order to get things processed in defined manner, you can define your default values. Here and every time you raise any transaction related to compensation, you will always have a default currency here. You will always have a default currency rate type here, which is current. Adds connected to the UST in order to create a currency or a location or anything or any. Contact details. You will always have a name and address marked to United States of America as a default value. You have option to change this. But again, it is highly cautious thing. Do it with your supervision of the managers in your organizations. And the testing tenant are not allowed to do all these functions. Name and address display. How you want your preferred name displayed. General display format short. Reporting name displayed. Legal reporting name display format and justice reporting. Similarly, ID definition of universal ID. This is the student ID created. Sequence generated notification detail setup system. In this section, you will have the primary functionality or basically giving system instructions how the system would work in the very initial phase. Akshay, I do have a question. Could you please tell me in an interview, just you said it could be asked that. What is a worklet? How will we, just in a sentence, we could define a worklet? Worklet can be defined as a ready-to-use information template where you can, easily get access to your team record by adding a report, a simple report for your reference, adding any information as a part of announcement, adding any other information as part of campaign. These can be categorized in different landing page or homepage for quick information or quick access of certain information exist into the Workday system. And one more thing, that example you can provide. Example you can provide is your team structure. Upcoming birthdays as a personal detail. Upcoming anniversary, work anniversary, I'm talking about again that can be taken from worker detail, worker job detail, and personal details can be captured in for birthday, upcoming birthdays, upcoming time off, that can be referred from the time and absence report. Yes, you have a question again. One more question is that in the home page, we have a tab called App. In which app? In the home page. Home page, yes. What is the maximum number of apps that we can add there? 20 is the maximum number of apps, and if it is beyond 20, then is it required that? What would the other option would it be? You can search beyond that as, but the maximum that can be shown on that page is 20. Based on your preference, based on your most recently utilized application. You can categorize them and each utilize the applications. You can replace them. There are some other features for which we use to supervisory organizations and which is helping us to move the organizational structure. These are assigned roles, the staffing model, and the movement of the staffing. Let's say you want some sort of colleagues or your direct reportee to move from one supervisory organization to another. We can do through the help of supervisory organization structure, which you guys often see when somebody is promotes or when somebody wants to switch the department or when somebody do a team change, that you need a manager change. Usually it says a manager change that can also be addressed through change of transaction. You do a change job and add a reason at manager change or transfer to another manager. But actually, there is another task, as that is a move worker by supervisory organization or move worker by organization. These two tasks is not somewhat equal to the change job transaction, but it is allowing you to do a bit of a fast movement. Comparing to following all the approvals, I'll help you display both the transactions, both the process. That way you will identify or you will analyze by yourself which one is easier and faster. Before that, when somebody says or when somebody named any organization, what all factors or what all things imagine or you think or you ask. Understand by naming any organization. Let's say one of you are setting up their own organization, their own company. What all things you need to do. Organization, business organization. How do you set up an image? Let's take an hypothetical example. Bharat, you need to set up and company, what all things you need to take care of before setting up a company. First step would be company other. ERP is we have business. Business unit. I don't know how it works in Workday. And then set up an EN. Enterprise identification number for the company. Location. It's for the company and obviously, since this is HR employees. A various hierarchy of the employees in the organization. Positions, pay rates, all that. Location is one common factor. Then you set business unit. Any other common departments. That comes under supervisory organization, but yes, department also required. Cost center, location, business unit, three things, any other you can think of. A great set, great job position. That is something beyond setting up the primary element. For which for the new company you need to TAN and PAN comes later on. Company is the one. You must be calling something to your company. Naming convention that comes later, cost and trade is the one. Then location, where do you set up your company? Then of course you need a location. A call center for what component, that is company after that. These three components, which is primary, what you need to do to run your business, to hire or to do all sort of transactions. You need to register. It needs to be legal entity that comes under the business unit functioning. Company and business unit. You do all sort of organization and admin stuff. What is one common factor? And guys, you're working, since you must be aware of the different terms EME, AMR, APA, AMR, or Northern America. What are these things? When you calling these terms, what are these things? Payroll. Somewhat close, not precise. Time and labor. Any other random guess? What are these things? When I say APAC or Middle East Asia or Those are regions. Regions is one thing. Great, good catch. How many? Common factors are a common element which we need. Cost, enter 1. Location to department. Any primary component for department. A department is a subcomponent. Where do you set up department? Where? No, I couldn't hear you properly. Sorry, I cannot. Say no account. No, not that. How do you call that account? In more technical, or maybe you say more Workday language, or not just Workday. Language in your own day-to-day exercise where you set up some managerial post or managerial organization hierarchy. Yep, organization hierarchy. You say supervisory organization hierarchy. Under that, you will be having multiple departments. Organization and those departments are the subcomponent of supervisory organization. All 5 components are basic element, or you can say the prime element of any organization. When you set up any organization in any location or anywhere, these 5 components is something that you need to have. Take an example. Go to any profile or same. Those who have their active tenant, you can also follow the steps. Open this profile or anyone's display picture reflecting on your home screen. Go to view profile. And under that job and under that we have set up called organization. In this organization, this is your members of this organization. Basically the component, this is your company under which all the employees, or at least this employee is working, then this is your cost center. She's working in recruiting at cost center. And this is the cost center hierarchy, recruiting and primary. The cost center is 400, 300. Then this is company hierarchy. Hierarchy, this person is working in under this Ankit 13 yardage underscore company hierarchy. Somebody created it. When we are creating after this demo, when we will be creating it, we will have our company hierarchy here. If we move this employee into that organization hierarchy, then this is your location and location hierarchy. Currently, this employee belongs to all these hierarchies. Primarily in the production, there will be only one location hierarchy and there will be only one location. Then this is your region, that is headquarters corporate, and this is your supervisory. This person is reporting to HR service department. This is the organization. Detail in which means this person or this team member or this employee is. Following or reporting under these components. The second tab shows manager. Leader of this organization, which means she is heading all these components. Possibilities that one person could hold 2 or 3 or 5 or 6 supervisory organizations. But one person cannot be in 2 different companies. When you filter out here, supervisory. The higher your rank in the organization leads to multiple supervisory organization under your direct supervision. Currently 2981 supervisory organizations where she is somewhere managing the role and the managing the role of someone, maybe HR admin, maybe HR manager, or anyone. She is owning or having some set of roles along with these supervisory organizations. Under that, there will be one which is her original, which is, I believe, HR department. That is again something which we need to identify or which you can identify after the class. In order to create all these setup HR, there are a number of HRs from different functioning. Jacqueline Global Modern Services. It will take a lot of time to identify. Leave it. When we will be creating all these components, we need a reorganization. Reorganization is name of the company, the primary company or name of the execution. For the organization building or organization configuration, the primary task for us to create all these things and keep everything aligned in one setup is create reorganization. You can note down somewhere or you can refer the recording as those who are having their tenant open. They can follow this. Create reorganization. This task only requires you naming convention, reorganization date and description, nothing else after that. But it will help you to create each and every component which we just identified except figure out that later why the location does not exist. It require reorganization or basically a primary company name under which you are creating your all sub branches or branches. For example, let's take an example of any famous company. Amazon, the e-commerce website, e-commerce giant Amazon is located or it's basically a brand naming. We are providing here a brand naming convention. Any name you can provide me, anyone that could be unique. When we search it, will search out in a very top manner. Anything quick. Question, is it the same organization? What are we creating here? Organization. What I understand from your question, as your voice is somewhere breaking. What is the difference between organization and reorganization? Organization is a fact, basically a web of or a collection of all components you created. Cost center created, or you can say you name it. Create a cost center location, company region, and which say business unit type, which you can say supervised your organization department. Organization leads you to the view of hierarchy. The top order in any of the component will be a hierarchy. The top order in any of the component will be headed by one person, or you can say CEO or the top organization if it is not an human, lead or monitored by somebody. Wherever you don't have any manager in a functional manner, where the staff is not moving anywhere out, we can say that is a top leader of the hierarchy. From that, basically, you roll out all these rows from top to bottom. You have one here, then that one will be further divided into two or three, this, and then that two or three will be further divided into one, two or three. You create a basically chart. On top of that, you have an organization head. All the roles you will be assigning to will automatically inherit to a team. All the subordinates, organization, basically collection or a form of hierarchy that we will be creating or any company having in the existence. Reorganization is naming. convention method, or you can say a band imaging in terms of Amazon. The example I have taken here, reorganization naming or reorganization name is Amazon. But under that, there will be Amazon headquarter or Amazon Private Limited, whatever it is headquartered, somewhere between San Francisco or anywhere California or anywhere New York. After that, there will be 5 or 10 other locations in America itself. All these will be considered as the organizations as a part of a company. It could be one company, it could be statewide company, it could be district-wise. A company that can be considered as business unit, the term you first mentioned. Apart from America, if the company wants to expand its business in any of the continent or any company, then that company again required a naming convention, for example, Amazon India. There is only one Amazon India after in 29 states and 8 and 7, 8 UTs. Whatever is the actual count out of that, what you say, Amazon India, the entire business is running under one name, that is Amazon India. The one name you mentioned here under that Amazon India, any company which is taking the name of the company, country where it is operating in the end or in the beginning or in between that company is taking the hierarchical structure in an expandable manner to that particular location, and that location is considered as country hierarchy or company hierarchy. You say under that you will be having East Zone, West Zone, North Zone, South Zone. That can be referred as region. East region, West region, South region, Central region, and North region. Here you will be having 5 regions of the same company, which is Amazon India. Under that, you will be having different zonal wise of offices located. Located maybe somewhere in Bangalore, somewhere in Mumbai, any location that will be considered as your part of location hierarchy. That is something not exactly. Same, slightly different from organization and reorganization. Any question? That? Any name you suggest anyone, or I'll take mine. CM. Will that be fine? That's fine. Take the effective rate of 1st of October. You can change the effective rate any point of time later on. Unless you have anyone, any member or any other further organizations created under. Once it is created and organized and aligned into, you cannot, basically it is not advisable to put forth your date, but you can do the backward date. Any comment in a description you want to add while creation, while you are, why you are. Creating, what is the purpose or what all components you will be adding into it after. Creation, you can mention it, otherwise leave it. This is our organization. Basically, this is our company name. Under that, by activity, by organization, by activity means whatever function you will be taking care of or you will be creating under since inception to the 1 year 2 year, 3 years gap or 3 years working, basically not gap. All events will be categorized and noted down in this table tabular format. After, let's say, after 1 year or 2 year of functioning, your company requires a new cost center. That cost center also requires this naming convention under which company or under which brand name you are creating a cost center. It is not, it is something that cannot be left unnamed. It has to provide a name create. Organization is one task. Under that, you have several other tasks. Very first is create. Company. Before that, I would suggest you to create a location first because location does not require reorganization name and it is the only component out of all 5, 6 which does not require a component naming create location. Create location hierarchy does. The moment you create a location hierarchy, it will ask for a name. Any suggestion? Maybe you can say any guess why it is not asking for. This name to be provided or reorganization provided, usually what happens when you do. When you create cost center now, you will know what I am actually asking or telling. This requires a reorganization. Where do you want to tag this cost center under? The except location, each and every task which you will be creating and respective to that task, creating a hierarchy. It will ask for reorganization name. For example, you create company. Again, it will ask for a reorganization. It is a location only that does not require the reorganization name. Why is that? Any random idea? The locations are auto-created, the system. We need to basically create locations. Anyone could try. The location could the same location could be for different organizations. Sorry, can you repeat again? The same location could be used for different companies, different organizations. Yes, location is something that is constant, everything else can be created. Except the location in terms of geographical coordinates and everything, it's not just. We are creating a location. We are defining the geographical coordinates latitude, longitude, and all other if you have any map syntax. You can provide that as location is something that is already exist out of the system and in system as it is something that we are defining it. And that can be see New Delhi or New York or Amsterdam or any other location, Adelaide, Sydney. These are fixed things. And on these locations, there could be numerous companies, number of other companies that can be using those locations. You just provide the location name. Oh, sorry, I'm just typing the location. Anything that you can help me with these things. Any name, you think of unique name or will make unique after that. I'll take mine. Pluto CF Sauron Wonder. Zozan will reflect the reorganization name. What is the use of this location? Why you want to use or why you want to create this location for business side? Job posting, sometimes Workday, reflect an error or soft alert or hard alert this. That is again based on the combination of two things which cannot exist together per workdays. Logic provided in the configuration. If you find it, business site and job posting cannot be same. you need to uncheck it. Campus, you can say maybe. And click we will understand why we need this. We added business side, we need some sort of definition here for business side as which is time profile will come to. Later for the timing we'll select 37. I'll tell you later what is it exactly. Under the detail section what type of location it is. It's a building we want this to be set up as building or what service entity. Operations center, headquarter, training center, select building location attributes. If you have any location attribute provided by facility, provided by procurement team, HR management, you can add it, otherwise leave it, this is optional. Superior location, by default, you need to provide one superior location in order to create a hierarchy. If you have now, may be provided by your organization, the location you're creating must report to some other location that they can inherit the values. Otherwise, you leave it. For now, we add this California as a superior location. If you have global location number, again, the company will provide you location identifier. Again, the company. Default ship to location, where the packages and all these shipment related things will go to. That can be, if you want any location that can be marked as ship to location, you can. Do otherwise, leave it. These things even admin teams can also take care of if you have the latitude, longitude, and altitude of that location. It's good that a person who would be, searching this location on Workday, they will have exact location on the map. Next is contact information, and these things will automatically flow into employee's profile when the moment you hire that person into by tagging this location. All these details will reflect on his personal profile. Phone number. Let's state Tommy, can you help me? Is there any random phone number sample? International number. Yes, related to United Kingdom. 41. I hope that is not something personal. It is just made up. Just made up. Oh, and your valid number length does not match all it. We do not need 044, I believe. It is already taking from country code. Great phone device. Which type of phone device it's mobile primary? That's a line. I can select line then. And what this number is used for billing. Remit to shipping, or you have two other options. One or two other options here. You can select from there as which is procurement. You can select that visibility since location is something that needs to be addressed or displayed to everyone. We want public. Again, any random address, sample address. Can somebody take the sample address from? United Kingdom address. One Tower Bridge, London. So, sit. London. Will that take bulletin? Or United Kingdom? Britain. No, that's a county. Oh, sorry. My, which one? London belongs to which county? Greater London. Greater London. Or London, or maybe just London. Maybe just London. Thank you. Got any idea what's the format? E, E, C, 3 nan, any space between, no E, C, 3 nan, 3 nan, then space. And then space E, E, C, or just E, C, 3 nan, space, yep, space there, yep, and then 5 to T. Thank you. Again, you want it primary, and if you want to have these details added, which is good. For business and for others to identify what is the error. Fail to find object data page error. I should say it was somewhere for above 1, not us. Otherwise, you click any point of time. If you want to edit these details, you can go back to this location, Pluto CF Solomon, and go click on the related actions. Since we have not added business side details, go for the business side details. Contact information. It looks this and this, all these two tables, both the tables, if you have web address. If you have any other things, again, that will come up in these two tabular format. And these two tablet format will reflect on the employee profile once you edit. And once you align those employees into this profile, next is business side. We recently added 37.5. What is why we added standard at 37.5, and what is the significance of adding this 37.5 here? Weekly hours, weekly working hours. Weekly working hours for those who will be hiring or working into the UK location. Automatically, unless you change automatically, these hours will be assigned to employees. Prof. Again, since we are running into the UK, the country's default currency already mapped to this location. Any shipping, anything is dealing in this country. Why are these country will route to this currency? If you want to change the country location currency override, you can change it to anyone. If you have any default job posting location, you can map it. If you have any local minimum wage authority that is monitoring external wage authority, that is monitoring the local wage with the help of payroll in that particular location, you can add that as local country we need to change. UK United Kingdom. Additional data, which is these two basically functions being maintained by your facility or any. Once we create all these things, we will allow this location to map against these. Edit location usage if any point of time, if you want to change the campus, you can change our business side. You can change any doubt, any question on this. Function create location. Actually, just a quick question. While performing the reorganization transaction, we have created a backdated record. Does it have any impact on this downstream impact on this location? Hierarchy or something. No, unless that location hierarchy is date will falls in September. We have added the location hierarchy in October itself, and the reorganization of activity is also in October, which means reorganization created first in the backdated and then it is coming in the ascending order, and from 1st to 13 there is no addition or anything happened in that organization. On 13th we created or we basically added a component under that reorganization. There is no impact. The date should be equal or greater than that, either should be equal or greater than the reorganization. It's in any point of time if you want, if the business feels that you don't need. This location and you have already moved out all the business from here. You can inactivate it. You need to inactivate it by going to the location and for searching a location, the task. Case view location or you just type location, the report will come out on your screen and that will give you option to populate the name of your location, and then you go to related action location and then inactivate it. Here we have look assign location hierarchies when we create a location hierarchy. With this action, we will be aligning that location hierarchy. This location will have a superior to, will have a hierarchy under which this location is directly reporting to and gaining. It's all the inherited values from the hierarchy. We have not created as of now, but will create soon any other additional data. If you want, you can add it. This is for payroll team. They will do the all input and everything. Our function stops from here only. View location, there should be some other function as next task. Akshay, sorry to interrupt, one more question. The location change you have mentioned as California superior location. The address given is for UK. Does that take issue or is that what superior location is California? California is in US and the location that we created is for UK. The address? Thank you. How does that impact? I'm sure you must be in the same setup. Any one of your teammates or your direct manager locating outside your country. How is that impacting? How is the business going? You're reporting to your manager who would be sitting somewhere outside the country. For example, you're working in India, your manager is sitting in UK. Anything that you are facing in terms of location differentiation in the business is or you are seamlessly dealing with him on day-to-day basis on maybe whatever required. Format of parameter or platform is the purpose of having a superior in Workday is to have the connection between the Workday hierarchies. It is not, it basically. It must not be the case. You created something and that is sitting ideal without having any connection. If you don't provide any connection, which means you're higher your profile, you're basically location company will sit without meeting with anyone else and without flowing the values, roles, assigned roles, and other inherited roles, or the you can say a business flow through one to another. Let's say you want to do some sort of movement as in employee movement. If the current location you are creating does not have any connection between anyone. 1. You cannot raise something as a part of the movement to assign location or move to different location as an international transport or move worker from other supervised organization. For that you have to have a proper chain location. Oh, thank you. Next task for us. Anyone else is following us on this step or you guys are just watching now and then do your steps later on? I just created the first step reorg and then after that return of the location. Next is create company. Now that we need a reorganization name. This is what we created. The benefit of providing a unique name is that you just put the unique portion in the search result and it will automatically pop in the very first result. Now you are creating a company. We have this much of, and we don't want these. First, an advice whenever you create something, do properly save it before the page refresh. As it is a testing tenant, after 10, 15 minutes or 20 minutes, it automatically refresh and reload the page wherever you are. Before the refresh, this page reload does not happen on Sandbox and production now that we are creating the company. When we creating the reorganization, we had the availability date here that these two things are auto-populating because we selected the reorganization name, and if you want the company's availability, by this availability, company's availability with the availability of reorganization. Otherwise, you have option to change. Let's say you don't want to have the company created on the same data of reorganization. You can do this on second. Naming convention would be space matter or space material. There is a one will be our unique naming convention code system. Automatically provides a company code or any code. Again, the supervisory region location. Everything have an integration code. This code is also referred as integration code or a reference code in another language. If somebody asks you what is integration code for company or how you can get the integration code for company, you just tell them we need to create that. You need to basically view the company and go to the related action of the company and see the integration code. Or if somebody asks you what is reference code for that company, you can just type the view reference code, view reference ID, and under that organizational setup, provide a companies. The moment you put company I, will basically give you the option of that when we perform the EAP, you will have more information about it. What is subtype? What type of thing it is? It is basically a company, or you can provide business unit as visibility to everyone. Here is the definition, basically understanding. Everyone role assignees and members, role assignees of current and superiors. Everyone stands for everyone. Everyone in the organization will have visibility of this company you're creating. Let's select first and submit, and then I'll have a description about it. Otherwise, the page may refresh. Then company currency, then we have test. These are rows which we need. To assign, usually you will be assigning company administrator. Admin, you say the owner of this. Company, the manager of this company, who will be managing the transactional values or transactional functions of this company. And there could be two other roles, two or three other roles that you can define. And all these roles will be responsible for managing the info and outflow through this company. You can just have manager value function here. And against it, we want Logan McNeil to be a manager of this company. Vice President of Human Resources, Loga McNeil. We don't require this finance. We need Steve Morgan. It could be finance controller. It could be anyone. Financial partner, compensation finance. It could be Steve Morgan. Chief Executive Officer, Steve Morgan. These persons will have transactional authority over these things. Far there are no members here, and this section says whatever configuration we did. We have a company currency made for selected for the Great Britain. Subtype company and availability date, anyone who would require to get a movement on this company. In this company, basically effective 1st of 10, it will not be available. Rollers, the rows we have managed or monitored for here, assigned to these roles, these persons. Basically, we assigned as a part of the role assignment. And there are 7 roles we assigned the role assignment we did recently. Security groups taking from the role assignment wherever worker this person is assigned. And the security group will act on this company. Additional data. Work to automatically populate additional data. Again, you need to do some sort of actions after creating this company. What are these? And there are a lot of actions, only HR related actions you need to perform. See, there are a lot of edit options available. We need to do is you can do edit company contact information as a part of HR and you can rename. Or provide the code here. Rest, all details are easily, even I'm in the finance, things can do it, or the facility. Team or procurement or coordinator will do it. What we do is edit the company contact information. Same setup which we did for location thing. You need to populate phone number, address, email, instant messenger, web address, all these things. One device, again it's a landline number, primary. And we are not adding any other details. It will save our time. We can do it later on. We recently created 2 factors, 2 components, important components. For us, which is the company and location, let's see the reorganization way. Are the details updating there or not? Thank you. We recently created a company named Space Material and it is added here by activity. Under the organization and who added by whom, It is Jacqueline Desjardins' name here. On 13th of October 2024 at 8:59 a.m., which is US time. Organization is space material. Reorganization activity. It's a create reorganization and a step activity. Step is create organization. Step space material. Similarly, when you do the all setup functioning, which is create cost center, create cost center. This factor, this field, basically restricted to companies. What is? It means any general understanding on this. Specific people from this company would only have the access. This cost enter basically will reflect or use to only the company name or company. Details to provide here. Apart from this, the details you mentioned this will not be visible to any other. Space materials all in one. Cost enter space material all in one. Subtype. It's a cost center for us visibility everyone. Role assignees means whatever role you assign here. Only those will be having accessibility. Cost center, company region location, whatever you created location hierarchy, role assignee and member, which means role assignees, this one plus the members who would be moving under this cost center, company or region role assignees of current and superior, which means any role assignees plus the superior of this cost center. Not the what you say the subordinates, the superior of this cost center. We need everyone, as it quite possible that you are hiring somebody on the top order managerial level and you are hiring somebody as an internal level as that requires this cost center. Location, we created one which is Pluto. We can use that location here whether we use want this location in transaction or not. If you want this location to be added and the transaction and details should flow through this. This is checked in non-editable when required on transaction is checked, maintain related. Worktag uses usage. We want it for the time being optional. Check it later on. Assign roles again. The cost center also requires some sort of roles. Instead of removing, let's identify here cost center manager and this will be stock. Steve Morgan. This one. We don't need this. Manager is already here. Owner is already here. And we don't need these things. When you create this function, these functions in real time, in production or in sandbox. Your assigned role section will be blank. You have to add and provide the reasonable amount reasonable roles. Against these roles, you need to provide the person's name who would be managing these roles. Any questions, Fa? Thank you. Same thing you can do with the cost center as if you want to edit the cost center. Edit name of that, you can do it later on with this cost center. You can see the in progress compensation changes, which is directly relating to this compensation cost center. Any competition change report available or tagging to this cost center one-time payment. History flowing through this cost center variable auto payment history compensation. Summary of this cost center, how many transactions been raised through that particular time, all these works you can do. Here under the organization, you can create change visibility section. You can do the view included organization as of. You can compare the team as or you can do view pending. Mass move business process from one cost center to another. In the reorganization, you have option to inactivate the cost center or move worker by organization. If you have any members in this cost center, you can do the movement from here, action, this action. Similarly, in the time and absence of this cost center, you can see all the functions. Roles we already assigned. Next is create region CF Workday HCM. There is a 1. Again, the same set of questions required. Tradition space material subtype. Sub visibility again, everyone. And these things are not something that you would be doing on weekly basis unless there is a client project that is happening on every second or third month, or you need some sort of AMS production support. AMS support basically in some of the client section. Finance manager. Manager, you need to add. We already added costing manager. We need somebody from finance, only you. can add levels, there is stress. These things we require. We created basically primary component cost, enter, created location, company, and read. One thing that we require to add is supervisory organization. Supervisory organization. Then you need a reorganization. Anyone help me with the name of supervised reorganization? Let's say SMAN CF, which is Cloud Foundation. UK Solon 1 include manager and leader name. Yes, we want subtype department. Now that you can call it department because you are ultimately creating different departments as a form of supervisory visibility everyone. Primary location. Now that this required a primary location. Location we created. Pluto people or managers or employees who would be hiring under this supervisory organization will have this primary location as default. Position management enabled. Assign roles. We hadify. What is the difference between position management and the job management? Good question. Position management is restricted to a particular position, which further requires a lot of detail. The effective date to enroll. Position requires sometimes hiring through supervisory organization or sometimes hiring through job requisition. And position will help you manage your headcount in a way that you can overlap somebody's position till the time the knowledge transfer is completed. The living person will leave on a particular date and the person who is replacing will sit on the same position. On the other hand, job management doesn't allow all these flexibilities except the one that you can hire number of employees or number of headcount in just one job management. Management created, you create a job and you can hire 10, 20, 50, 100, 200 members in. That job requisition, on the other hand, one position can hold one employee only. But that will give you a very diverse example. Example you say, or a field wherein you can. I mean, provide lot of things or parameters on which you want your candidate to hire on. Let's suppose there are two software engineers, then we need to create two position as software engineer, one software engineer. Two, it will automatically do the renaming you just create. The position and naming convention of the position will automatically picked up unless you want a different name for different departments. We created a company. What is the name of that? space material. Space material is unique that it will automatically come. Let's copy this and paste into. I hope I provided the same name in the region as. Yes, and in the cost center, as remember the organization page I open in. In the very beginning of one profile. That organization, dialog box or table, having all these things in sequential manner. Although the count was high, but all these four things were there. The cost center is missing here, which we will add later on while hiring. And we are creating a supervisory organization which automatically taxed with it. This supervisory organization basically works with these parameters. It needs a company, it needs a cost center, it needs a region, it needs a one more thing is location. As location, I believe we have already here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and the fifth element is our supervisory organization itself. This says inherit from superior. For the time being, this supervisory organization does not have any superior, which is why this information. Area having type supervisory and organization ID reflected as supervisory organization 67918. The moment you add any superior, this organization ID will move here or somewhere here, and you will have a superior organization definition here. How you add a superior organization. You need to go to reorganization and assign superior. Under this, you will be basically allowing this supervisory organization to have a manager of the organization. Let's say you are working in one company and you have your manager working on over your hierarchy, and that manager also working under somebody's that you will be having a three level hierarchy, and organizations work on the similar setup. What is the name of the super reorganization? How many things we have created under this reorganization, which is Workday CM 1001? We created a region. We created. What is this? Create a organization, space material company. We created a cost center, and we created a supervisory organization. All four relevant components we have created. And to enable our organization, now that we have created just a standalone organization, we need an expansion of this. What you do in terms of expansion. You probably need a hierarchy. Under that, you will create multiple companies, sub-companies, multiple regions, multiple supervisory organizations, and multiple call center. How you create a hierarchy. We have a task that says create company hierarchy, and similarly create cost center hierarchy, create region hierarchy, and create location hierarchy. Supervisory organization itself a hierarchy. We don't have a create supervisory hierarchy kind of task. If somebody asks you what are custom organizations, custom hierarchy organizations, or custom organization, you can call these things. Cost Center Region Company is a custom organization. Supervisory organization is a regional hierarchy. Sorry, hierarchy in company. Sorry, supervisory. Organization is a hierarchy and these are custom hierarchy. What is the name of the supervisory we created? Yes. Visibility equals 1. Company hierarchy. Any name. Can you suggest any name? Maybe we type G space material. There is a one, we don't need many rules. We have these things here. Seven rules is fine for us. Now that enter the details section. As of now, there is no added version or added details here. We are just having a company hierarchy here. In the member, as there are no company added, what you do is you need to go to the company. Under the reorganization, here you have option assign included organization. Here you have C in the hierarchy you can assign a superior hierarchy and you can create a subordinate hierarchy, but whatever function you do with these three things, divide itself, you will be acting on a hierarchy function. What is the difference, Akshay, between all the three? Assign means, let's say there is another on top, which you want it to be on top on this hierarchy as a senior or as a primary one with whom all the details, all the values would flow down, that you can mark it as assigned superior if you want somebody to which this company hierarchy will act as a superior, which means a subordinate. That hierarchy will be directly reporting to the CH page materials all in one. It is same as you are hiring a person or you are hiring a candidate under your managerial or under your team. And divide. Let's say you are having 20-25 plus our team members reporting to you. And you want some sort of to be divided into a different organization that can be led by somebody else or you can lead that organization. It's a diversification of the team you were having. Instead of reporting all to you, you can divide with the same roles and assignment to the separate organization and you can assign a manager role to that person. Understood? You have this task which is assigned included organization. He Now you need to call the name of the company you created. This is what we created. Go to detail section. Now you have include space material, which means prior to this action, the includes was not here, which means this hierarchy, this company hierarchy is having a direct and report under this. How you look that direct report or chart. This is how your company hierarchy will look. Is it possible to create all the settings under one location and let's say move that settings to another location, same settings? And sorry, what can you please repeat? We are tagging everything to the location that we are creating initially. Is it possible to migrate, let's say, all these settings to another location midway in case we make a change? For example, if you want to create 5 locations and map some of the organizations under that. And after that business want you to move some of them to a different one. This is your question. Correct. You have basically one option. That is change the location. When you go to the company setup, you have edit company. Under that you have primary location change option. Fine, thank you. Any point of time, if you want any change, you can do that. You just need to go to either. You go to the edit. If it is just a front step, does not require any movement and does not require any of the, head count to be moved. Or second would be if you want an effective date, let's say from 1st of October to 30th of October, you're working in one location and then you want to expansion or you want a movement from one to another. Put an effective date and you'll do the change, drop location. I hope the setup is clear. The question is clear. It is there. Act as in whenever I am typing Logan, enter. Yes, this one manager human resource. Do we need to do this or we can just use the checklinks one only, both users have same access. Logan being considered the super user, if you want you can utilize and at any point. See that the benefit of using Logan is you will be, you're not going to stuck at every business process. She is someone who can be found in each and every role. All once you do any business process, steps will be completed. What was the name of the reorganization? What was the name of it? Type it. I don't actually remember the exact name or you open 23. There's many to it. In that case, open HR service department. It is a subordinate of HR service department. Service department. For me, it is coming as Pavi 40 June, JAM Corporation, Local Macri. It is coming as a supervisory organization. Straight position task. This one Primus Global. You are seeing that. It is coming at Tavi June 14th June underscore Jam Corporation. No, that is different. Akshay, the supervisory organization we created in our second session was SMNCF UK 2001. Which one? MC Fallen 1. That was the supervisory organization that we created in session number 2. Now, is that the organization we need to use to create the position? Yes. Can you create if you have tenant open? I have tenant open and let me share my screen. Screen. Here is the one cancel. Create position. This. Yes, this one. Report. This one. No. Task and report. ID create task. See, you see the search results. Simplified search results. There was 32 number 23 in the top row. In the top position, scroll to top, you see task and report, task report 23, task and report. Yes, this one. Yes, this one. This is not the supervisory organization actually. Cancel this. Yes, you need to deselect it. We created one. I remember we created one. This is the one I created, but yours is MCF UK 2001. Open that. Space materials. Low one. Once you type, press enter. Yes, this one. Yes, let it work. It's slow. Whenever I do that. It comes then. Can you maximize it? Great, I hope everyone is watching on this screen, seeing this screen. It's visible to everyone. Yes. Now position request. Reason why you want to create a position, quickly do it. Select new hire or type, new hire or new position. You see create position, position request, create position, backfill existing employee, and create position acquisition. Three different reasons. Your company may opt other different reason as based on the business process. You need to select whatever reasons available, or you can create your own reason as that we will understand later on. Maintain custom. Reason is one of the tasks that can be utilized to create different reasons open. Anyone and select any reason, whatever suits you best. Budgeted staff, new project. Yes, select job posting title. What could be the job posting title? Let's say you need HS analyst. Of positions 1, 2, 3 you can raise 10, 15, 22,200 positions at once. Always it is always advisable only create one position at a time. One position at a time. I'll give you reasoning behind it. Later on, let's complete the task first. Availability date of the position and earliest hire date on the position to two different concepts. Usually they are using one date, but you can change the date. But availability date cannot be less greater than earliest hire date. What should I put in the availability date? Shall I put it 2 days and earliest hire date? Would be the next by when this position should get closed equal to or greater than earliest hire date should always be equal to or greater than availability date. That is what it is in the future date. Yes, you can. You can hire basically on the same date. It is basically allowing system to keep the hire function on the same date or in future date. Job family. For which job family you need to hire HR or human resource. Availability date can be backdated. It should be current date and onwards only. Availability date. Yes, it can always be backdated. It can always be future dated, current dated. It is the earliest hire date that should be equal to or greater than availability date. Let's say business asks you to create position backdated on 1st of January 2023, which is approximately 1 year, 10 months before you can create that, as there is no restriction on going backdated, but earliest hire date cannot be backdated to come availability date. Select anyone a job profile, job family. Basically, you select anything. Just request, don't waste time on the current page for too long searching things. Whatever comes in your mind, just type and put enter. Your profile take HR. You're creating a position for HR analyst. Take a charge. Otherwise, the page will get refreshed. And you have to put all this detail again. Location, type Sydney or New York, anything. Whenever you write something, put enter that Workday can capture it. Unique, it will capture. If there are multiple, it will populate this, matchable. Results Sydney 1. Then time type should be full time, part time, something that let it open full time worker type contingent or employer contingent. Yes, no worker subtype is also required. It will populate automatically. Populated field will automatically enabled. You have to populate the worker subtype. Type here regular enter. If regular is not working, then type permanent. But let's check for regular. It is working. Welcome how the 38 hours is automatically populating. Scroll down, select critical job, uncheck and difficulty level. Make it blank. Now submit. Click on submit. Very slow. It will. It will submit now that you have created a position successfully. View detail. Yes, this says, green icon says the process has completed successfully. It's a clap for you. You created a something very successfully, which is position now. This position is active in the system and you can utilize it for any hiring. You have a position name and HR is analyst and position ID automatically picked up by Workday. Which supervisory organization it is created under? Under the SM, which is space material. CFUK, there is one department, roles, assigned roles, and the persons aligned for the support roles. Where should it come from? It will be coming from this organization only. Whosoever will be hired on this position, if any related, absence related, compensation related, HR related, admin related, anything he has to look for, or he will look into the support roles assigned into the organization. You remember we were doing the assigned role section during creation of supervisory organization. And central, yes, that function you are doing is actually working for the position. It will be holding after the creation, be it a new hire or a transfer or a movement. Next is there are two ways to create position. One is to do the standalone creation, which can a standalone transaction, which is create position and that create position and doesn't require a job requisition. Second is through job requisition. Instead of create position type, create job requisition. Any question on this create position task? I do have one question if I want to edit the thing. Suppose I have missed some of the details. It's not mandatory, the worker tribe. Then in that case, how would I edit the thing? If you remember, after creating the position, you will have the details on your page, actively looking, actively available. For your reference, go to the positions related action and in the very first position, restriction. You will have edit option through that you can edit the required details which are meant for editing. There's one functionality or restriction, you would say. Not all details can be edited once you created it or submitted it. What is not editable? The position ID cannot be editable. The worker type cannot be editable, and I believe one or two details are there which cannot be editable. I think the reason cannot be changed, but I'm not sure about it. Two things cannot be editable. These things, this setup can be changed on your deal half early release. The Workday makes few things available and disable few things on the release basis. Very first is again you need to select task and report. First one. Any idea why we require job requisition when we have option to create position without? Job requisition by going to the supervisory organization directly. Approval could be one. Approval step also works in the create position via supervisory because the job might already be created and you're just trying to fill it. The job is created and you want to post it somewhere. Supervisory organization, type the CSMCF. What was used? Just delete Workday and HCM. Press enter. See, I always recommend, if you are not sure of the entire content of the business object or the field you created, just type the matching content. See, if you are not aware of the organization name, just type SM space CF or SM 1001. It is Workday's job to find the most related part or most relevant part out of the entire. Again, create new position. Wait. Have you clicked on it? Great. Now, in the requisition, it asks you in the very beginning what type of worker you want to hire. It is either employee or employee or the contingent worker. We had enough time to display. And that worker type, it is a one-time selection during creation of job requisition. There is no back step or there is no way to edit it. Once you have selected it, it is always advisable in the very beginning. When you create the requisition, always put high attention and be very crystal clear while selecting the set of worker. Otherwise, once you submit it, you can't go back to edit. You can try it here. I think the create job requisition. This is fine. Yes, this is the job requisition one. Now click next. The edit button is not enabled here in the details section, which the worker type is selected, which means it cannot be edited at any point of time, even after creating the job requisition. This is very important task to drive the type of employee you are hiring. Click next Akshay. But if in such scenario, organization decide not to hire anyone and do the internal job posting, what could we do? You can also create for internal job posting as you need a job requisition. Delete this one. This will stay in the system. You can see there are a couple of things that you can edit the job posting. The job posting. Instead of doing outside hiring, you want internal, you just select the internal posting only, and that way you would be doing the IJP, the interjob posting. You can select employees within your organization. Instead of looking outside, type of position always remain one by default and always select one. Reason, again select the reason new hire or something that if you are creating a position for somebody who is about to leave the organization, then you need to select the replacement, for otherwise leave it blank. Reason new hire, enter. Wait in train, wait temporary hire project based needed, that is also good. Now here you have recruiting instructions. I believe saw me or Western B. You are asking if you are hiring for internal only. Yes, here you have four options. One is post externally, Only post externally only means you are requiring candidate outside the organization and the job equation will not be reflect for your internal employees to see and apply the posting. Not required, which means you are creating for itches or you are creating for ad hoc hiring wherein no onboarding or anything required at all, or maybe you are not interested to post this job posting on sourcing portals. Post internally and externally. There will be two links created. One would be visible to the internal employees, one would be visible to the external candidates. Post internally only, which is your case. Select posting not required. I just have a doubt. Posting what? Which external website will post to? See, it is basically the standard. One is your website or you have option to provide different links of the sourcing websites. For example, LinkedIn is one, Ashine is another. If you are posting this in some other countries, Seek is one which is I'm proactively looking for a Netherlands or APAC employees. Australia and New Zealand employees, Seek is one. There are other as founded as one. You can have the job link of your profile. Indeed is also one. Once you create your profile, your company's profile in those job posting website, you can get the link and post it. It here then target end date and target held it, recruiting started and target held it same as availability and earliest held it. It's just that the naming convention has been changed. The logic remains same. Recruiting target held it must be equal to or greater than recruiting started, target ended. Once you provide, system will analyze this job requisition and tell the, note down itself that post this date 31st of December 30 to 30. System will not allow anyone to hire on this requisition. It will flag an error that the end date of this requisition is complete and the requisition acquisition is closed. Always advisable not to put end date. Click next since you have added 2030, which is very long. For you are adding admin related recruiting admin. Related instructions. Now that you need a job related instruction. What is a job posting? Title you are looking for, risk lead maybe, or small subject matter expert, type that. Justification, leave it not required job profile type. Here, SME space, hyphen space, risk see if you are having anything, otherwise type. HRAs, I remember there was one SM related. No, type HRAs, you will find something. I feel the page is about to get refresh. Specialist, great move to job description summary. We don't require basically job description. Down, scroll down. You need a worker subtype, primary location, primary job. Posting location automatically populated once you add primary location subtype. Would be either, I guess, permanent, regular, full-time or part-time kind of. Think no work at our type selected. Regular apologies. Time type here you type full time. Type a full time with the space. Full time with the space. Check what all options are there. Full time is that great remote type. We don't want remote primary location type Sydney. You have successfully selected that. Why did you cross it? I accidentally didn't think it. No issue. I thought you mentioned it's not there. I removed it. I don't know what happened. And remote type. Not required, leave it. Remote type not required, leave it. Primary location Sydney, type Sydney. We created the job equation for some other location and we are sorry. Supervisory organization for some other location and we are creating position for another location. Will there be any impact if we try to connect? If we try to hire an employee in some a different supervisory organization location, primary job posting automatically populates. You don't have to worry about no, it did not populate, take time. It is basically interlinked. Scroll down 38 hours is there. Scroll down quickly. Leave everything you don't require at all. Next, click on next. Skills. We don't require qualification not required. Click on organizations directly. I will explain skills and qualifications in very detail, but for the time being, I'm just hoping that we will not be having a refresh. Company type a global modern services. Geospace space hours. Akshay, in my page I could not find this organization. Which one? In this create job, it was in this page where we are working now. But in my access I could find skill. And then nothing is there, only skill required, skill talent, pipeline and optional skills. After that down the page, nothing is there. I'll see that. Take a snapshot of this page and keep it with you. Fine. Whose screen is this? Bharat. Bharat got refreshed. Let's see if we have our value. Oh, great, great. Swami, you can please share the screen then. In the meantime, you do your processing. I start again from where we left. No, all over again. In the meantime, you do it. I will be taking next clicks, next click, next. Type organization. Now this is coming. But my question is, why is it different? It's basically the UI is changed. UI can be changed for few profiles. Nothing else. then for company. At any point of time, at any point of given time, you see the drop. And down to organizations on top. On top, you see organizations written. Yes, you can any which way select from here. Once you fill the details in job, you can conveniently skip the scale and qualification and directly land on organizations instead of clicking multiple times on next type. Type here the company type, the company you selected in the organization. In the supervisory organization you selected, type that company, SMC. Is it the company name? This is the supervisory organization name. We need company name. We created company. Space material, type space material. Space material. There is one first one. We created cost center as don't see. You don't require to click on the correct tick mark and press anywhere. Once you select, click anywhere else. It will be act as a tick mark. And instead of clicking on the pencil icon again, you just put on the center of the column. It will be editable. Cost enter. What is the cost enter? Bharat, can you help me to understand these details? The supervisory organization or anyone having their tenant open. Let's play as a team. The one we created actually. No, you keep creating. We can have. The call center you want is the one that we created before. For this space material organization, let me give you that. In the meantime, try searching space material. He is searching in his screen. Try searching space material. We may have a result. Otherwise, he is looking into it. Center is CC space metal Island 2. No, there it is with 1. CC space puzzle 1. That was mine. Sorry about that. Region we created. Region space, something that type again space. Material, enter first. One. Now we have defined the organization, other details not required at all. Click on next. Attachment not required. Click on next. This is a summary. Wait. Wait. Don't click anywhere. Wherever you want to review and change the different team. Information. You have pencil icon which are editable. You can change. Even after coming on this page, you realize that you enter few details incorrectly or you need to change few details. You can any point of time correct it before submitting it. This page is basically for the review. Yes. Review and submit. Submit it if you feel that everything is submitted. At questionnaire, these are all not required at this point of time. You can add, but which is not required at all. You can play with it once you have. Once you will be doing offline, not on the screen. See if we do everything on the screen, every teeniest of the option, it will be automatically extended the class. These 3 questionnaires you can perform after the class, as and it is also not important to understand the questionnaire at all in the very beginning. It is already coming. You have submitted yes, open as long as. You have something written here as open review kind of thing, which means it is still actionable and in progress. Now, next step is opened in front of you, which is, and you see that you have a requisition number assigned along with the position you creating. HR Unleashed is the type you selected, and then you have a requisition number which is $7971. The moment you receive this number, which means you have successfully created the first part, and now that you have opened the task for review of the compensation change. How come it is AOD? In the beginning, only the tenant is configured for USD. Scroll down. Scroll down. In the guideline, click select any compensation package. I think maybe because we selected the location of Sydney. Yes, we have selected the location as Sydney, which is why Sydney falls in hysteria, and it is automatically picking up the management and grade, and it is automatically picking up the currency as currency type. In the salary, you can see the amount of money. Type add salary and search for the plan by compensation, all compensation. Plans, select all compensation plan, scroll down. Do we have the option to create compensation plan? Yes, we have a chapter defined for this. We'll be creating everything. Select any random. The moment you select a compensation plan, and the respective field would get enabled, and you would require to populate the amount on which you are request. You are allowing the recruited team to negotiate with candidate. Put any information here, numerical value. Let's say type 60,000. And what is prorated amount? If someone is working on less than 100% FTE, their prorated amount would be there. Or if someone is working more than FTE, which means it is more than FTE. More than 100% prorated amount is calculated automatically. Yes, AOD is the currency and frequency is annual. Scroll down. Scroll up in the guidelines. We have one plan which is not filled completely, which in the guideline section, compensation package is blank. You need to add the compensation package. Salary, select any random compensation package. Bio compensation package, yes. Selenium. Always see it is advisable to have compensation package and salary plan similar. If you are adding comp package as a comp package 1, you should select salary plan. The plan name should be also equivalent to your compensation package because these are interlinked. Shall I close this one first? Scroll down. No. The moment you type, put enter. Press enter. Shall I type now? Yes, you can type and then press enter. It will find out the related information stored here. Which one you have in there as a salary plan. ARV underscores it. Add that AR underscore and enter. I believe it is ARV, the one the ARVN is populating the information about and is populating. Select which one. Remove it. Type RV and press enter. Related action of first one. First one. Related action of first one. This one. Click on the related action of this. See if you have a compensation plan. Only two compensation plans are there. Select the other event. Bottom one, yes, and do the same function. It's not added here as leave it. Doesn't make any difference. It is trusting tenant, doesn't make any difference. In the real scenario, you always have a compensation package aligned with other components which is in sync with the guideline section scroll. Down and click on submit. Check the salary and click on submit if you have. Any allowances, you can add it, otherwise leave it. Add a comment and submit. Oh, I have already submitted. No issue. Now that click on view details. Since you are logged in as Logan McNeil, there are some tasks which need to be reassigned that you can do by clicking on the reassign. Before that, expand the data. Detail in process. You have successfully completed the job requisition and along with the compensation section under SMCF UK L1 department. Scroll down more. This is the effective date position. Propose changes. Compensation package you change, you select. Event grade you select. Management rate profile you select Australia. There are other details as which you selected. Proposed salary you provided 60,000 which is prorated. 60 and 56 is the actual location hour and scheduled weekly hours, but the system, the location has been populating 38 hours, which is why 60 dalans it is there and 63,000 is prorated one. This employee will get 60,000 an actual salary. Is 63,000. Scroll up, you see reassign task. Open it. Provide the name of Logan McNeil. Here in the reassign, there is a business process which says requisition compensation change, which needs some approval, and the approver is not there. We are requiring an approver. Who could approve who would be approving the transaction? We are selecting Logan McNeil because we are already logged in as Logan McNeil. And then yes. I write something in the comment section. No, not required. Actually, quick question. If I did not enter compensation package and I already submitted the job requisition and then I want to go ahead and modify and then add the compensation package later on, what I need to do, you can edit it. You have option to edit. When you open the job requisition, in the bottom of that job requisition page, you have a business process history icon there or option there. When you expand that business process history, you have option ask. Your job equation number will be there and then you need to click on the related action of that and edit the job equation. Then you have further option of request compensation. This task has been successfully assigned to us. Click on Done and a new screen will appear. Scroll down or open the My Task. Yes, open the My Task. Do you remember the requisition number? Leave it. Scroll up, scroll up. In the My Task, which is 5403, reflecting the number of tasks there. Thank you, Modi. You have your requisition here. Yes, 07931. Yes, and now it requires an approval. Approval of what? The compensation you added. Remember, you did the submission, not the approval. You submitted for approval. And now the approval part was left unassigned, and which is why there is a reassigned task populated by Workday to let the compensation transaction or compensation event. By someone's approval in the system, scroll down to review your details you populated. If everything we may see, FTE is 1 on 5.26%, which is why the prorated amount is higher than the amount you added. Yes, can I edit this one? Try this. Do you have option to edit? No, not the details. Expand. Scroll down. No option to edit. Basically, we can correct it by other means. Scroll down, review all other information. If looks good, put a comment and approve. Why is the comment section? It should be in the bottom. No issues, just approve it. Just approve. Open. Now it is asking for assigned roles. You have assigned roles for this HR requisition. Type here. Primary recruiter, already populated, reflecting there. Assigned to Logan Minneel. Yes, automatically selected, scroll down. Primary crypto is blank, submit. This step was asking for a role that need to be assigned to this requisition. And a primary recruiter role has been assigned who will take care of the further functioning of the recruitment process through this job requisition. View detail, view detail, view detail. Yes, view detail. You have successfully completed, and now that you have HR analyst open effective 10/20th of 10/2/24, which means today. Open the supervisory organization, click on the SMCF UK. 1001 department under detailing process, Yes, open it in staffing. You have 3. Items, scroll down and to table. What is the difference in this page? One is the position with open job requisition and another is without the job requisition. How I differentiate both having positions there? Both having positions there. What is the difference then? One is coming from the a position that we created and another is coming from the job we created. Sorry, can you please repeat? First, I think we created the position. Based on that, its coming position is coming without the job requisition. In the second instance, we also created position, but then we created the job first and then we created the position. It's coming from there. No, we created just job position. Ultimate position. No job requisition is when we are creating, when we want to populate the thing in other websites, external third-party websites or that. And what is the use of create position task? It's for a new job position. One is an existing job, one is a new job. It could be we do not want to copy it in the other website, but it could be our internal hiring as that option we also have. No posting required in the job equation. Why the requisition is with job recreation? Without job recreation is differentiating. Because one job has already been approved and one job is new. No, both the jobs are approved. Tommy, both the jobs are approved. Slightly going to close, but not exactly on the same point. The answer is you have option to create position without job equation and that. You can create multiple positions for internal use. Internal use means you do supervisory. Movement worker from one more supervisory organization to another where you need a backfill. Backfill means person leaving, a person moving from one manager to another manager without having its position moved from one manager to another manager. It's just that you're moving. You're sitting up on the chair and then moving somebody else cabin and take the chair. Both the places having existing chair, it's just that you are changing the locations without keeping your chair inside to the cabin or outside of the cabin. This does not require or does not connect with any point of time on the recruiting process. It is just a moment that HR partner can do it, HR administrator can do it. And job recreation requires recruiters access to either post externally, internally, or do not post at all, but have their business process alive and intact with recruiting information. A second thing, let's say you have couple of positions opens which does not have a requisition in system. You can create a requisition with the existing position as remember we have a create job requisition dialog box appears. In that dialog box you selected create new position. While doing the job equation, instead of that you can open or access the existing one as which is why we have a separate create task. Create position tasks exist into the work system. That instead of creating a new job equation position, we can utilize the existing position to tag into a new job acquisition. Now the function happens or working here is that you will be having a requisition, but that requisition will not be populating a position automatically. Instead, you are selecting existing resource. Is the difference clear? Think and then you can automate, also have your task. Or hold to publish the existing position on external websites or internal websites. With the help of requisition command or requisition task. Two differences are clear to you. These things they ask very often in their interview. Why we need position with job equation or without job equation. These two. If you summarize these two things to them, they will be you have very good understanding on this concept, why the requisition is required and why the job equation is not required. Another thing which you might have witnessed while creating the position with job recreation. Or without a start in the job, recreation compensation setup is required to complete then and there. In the position without job recreation compensation, setup is not there. Also, you are populating the roles in position without job equation. Everything is automatically inheriting to the position of the supervisory organization. Next is we created a position. What next will do the hire? I hope you have some 10-20 minutes more that we can complete a hiring. The how can you start the hiring? Pick any position. You hire on this one great position overview. This is a position you selected available for hire. Yes, hiring freeze, no requisitions upon with this. It is R07972 and then you can click on the hiring restrictions. This is the detail you mentioned there. At any point of time, fixed term for 300 FT you need to change. Few things go to related option of related actions of this position on top. Expand the position restriction. No position restrictions. Go back to deleted action. Just hover your mouse there. No, not there. Position restriction you see in the left just over here. Now you have edit position, restriction, close position, manage, position freeze. These three things require to perform certain actions as they are aligned with the edit position restriction allow you to edit. Few of the detail, close position, allow you to close the position if you do not want this. Position to hire anyone. You can close it or business tells you that we have with RNS. Requested you to create position. We don't require it. We no longer require it. You can close and then if you want to manage position freeze, click on the manage position freeze. It will ask you whether to freeze and freeze reasons along with the effective date and the frozen state. Select the freeze and freeze reason. See what all reasons are there. Freeze position, headcount or job group. Freeze position, headcount or job group unfreeze. If you put freeze, it will put on hold for long duration, till the time business wants you to unfreeze it. And during the freeze mode, or you can say hibernation mode for position, it will not come in your active headcount report for positions and job requisition. For example, you created 20 positions in a month and you display the same on your dashboard to board members or to job stakeholders. Now, after this presentation, the management wants you to put 5 positions out of 20 on freeze mode. You do the same. The next dashboard you represent, or the next meeting you held a hold, or the next representation of the data you do, those 5 positions will not come in your active position headcount. It will neither come in your closed or inactive position. There is a separate report for it that execute or that enables you to identify the freeze positions in Workday system for particular organization. Cancel. It is just for review purpose only. To the recruiting process. In the search bar, type create prospect. First, you need to identify yourself when to hit enter and when not to. This is up to you once you have a clear option visible on this expandable options or change selection. Just select it. Do not put enter. Once you are not viewing the correct, then put enter, or you want to see other relevant task as or report as you are not having the clear naming convention in your mind, then put enter. Once you do certain things regular basis, you will be more convenient with the system. Click on prospect create. Prospect, yes, what is prospect? Anyone can help me to understand quickly, considering time. Is a potential candidate that you want to upload into the system. Yes, you need either a detail from the resume, automatically create or pass the system, or you will create a new prospect manually, or you create for existing workers as create new prospect. Scroll down, select it to Australia, country, Australia somebody. Change the prospect details to India, Australia. Enter, let it load the naming convention. First name, give any name you provide there in the first and family name. This given name on the family name. Yes, type clear Celia. Ian type here. Noel ML. Clear Neil Australia email aid. Leave it country code 1 number. Leave this phone number as. Let's select without phone number. If it asks for the phone number, add. In the meantime, can somebody help me with a random phone number of Australia and address? Random address. Just format. We can add the details here. Scroll up, what was the option there? Now that we added the candidate name and the candidate country, now it requires a contact information. In the phone device, select mobile country code plus 63. And country code plus 63, enter if and king good, otherwise leave it and select. Of Calliot. Oh, what is this? I think it is a 6.2 ID, 6.1 ID. 6. Yes, 6.1 byte. Phone number, a format required. Anyone have? Format, standard format of, I got one here, it's this +6 10706 070657265 and 2 65885 85858. And just a random one here that's got it on the internet. Oh, extra 5 is there. After then take select, leave email as it is. Enter a phone number with a valid relation. 7 to 8 is between 7 7 6 5858 is in here. We need only 9 numbers. Not 10 numbers, more than 10. Yes, it is more than 10, it's 9 digits. We take away the 0 at the start, maybe remove the 0 in the start and remove 1, 8 if it want 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It should be 9 numbers basically. I didn't know what to sum. 1, 2, 3. Last 5, 8, remove it. Yes, it's working. It's working great. Scroll down, leave everything. As blank, we only require one information, that's contact detail. All. Click, it's a fresher. Basically, we don't require any information now. Now you have created a candidate, but this candidate is no way tagged to the hiring manager for their record access and aligning interview, and all it is. What you need to do is, this is the first process of recruiting. You inducted a candidate's profile for basic information and getting in touch with the candidate into Workday system. Now you need to add another detail, and for that we have a different task that says create job application. Remember the candidate ID is Kennedy 1833, job application, not application. Application, enter Akshay dear. Do we have a passing option in Workday? What is what option? Resume passing. Yes, yes, yes. For that you have to have a valid format resume. PDF, Word file, whatever is mentioned there. Yes, this one remember in the create job. Application, we had option from CV true, and this dialog box also tells you how would you to fill out this application form manually or pass information from a resume or CV. Type the candidate detail here, which is C and D. 18 something that, or type your candidate name Claire Newell and D. Double add new wheel candidate name CLIRR space in LL enter. Now which job you are trying to align this candidate with, type the did which one you created as me. It's a Rish and one is probably analyst. Thank you. You need a source. Where is this applying? This candidate is applying from. Is it a job portal site? Is it a reference? It is anything else, you select the same. Say networking, recruiting event or website. You can select anyone. Oh Godzilla. Is there a website or somebody created it for fun only? I never heard it of. Maybe somebody else creating King Kong and then they will do the fight. It's already a monster. Be creating our reorganization naming monster. There is a job site in the UK called Monster. Oh, but we already have one. But monsters have changed their name at Condit. In that case, we will create Jurassic Park. That would be great. You have your details populated skills. If you want, leave it otherwise linked. Now you have, in the previous screen, when we having the candidate ID only, it was not reflecting. For which requisition or for which position the candidate is applying for. Now that we have a job supplied to one, then you have your requisition details in the side the square or what you say dialog box. And then in the left side you have 6 more items. And then in the left side pane where your candidate name is reflecting. There's 4 more items, 5 more items. Expanded 5 more. Now you have interview screening, feedback, attachment, recruiting history, employment. Offer personal notes and personal section is there. Each section will give you some sort of overview regarding the action it is currently performing. In the recruiting history, click on it. Recruiting history? Yes, recruiting history. It will give you all the actions performing on this recruitment or this and this candidate. Very first automatic message is saying sending on system, sending this on the requisition to candidate and click on this message. Automatic message. Send email, dear candidate, and this is the message you receive when you apply on requisitions. They automatically send an email to your email aid, which is why it asks for your email aid and phone number. Some organizations sending messages on phone numbers, most of the organizations are selecting email aid. Thank you much for applying. Your application will be taken into careful consideration and you will hear back from us after we review your application. Most of the organization doesn't come back if your application is not suitable, but few do. Whether accepted or rejected, only some does. Then you have your second information, which is job application status update. This is applied by Logan McNeil, basically updated by dated applied today's state and date updated again today's state. This is the first message. Second message is thank you for applying and it is timeline. You have the other options in timeline as expand that. Communication job application status. Communication is one that is sending to employee. Now in the action. In the related action just above the phone icon. In the left side window. Yes, click on it. You have different functions available, which is candidate action, business process, job application, personal data. And then there is one more, which is reporting. The reporting is not required basically. Job application is one and candidate action is one that you need to take care of. Click on the business process. Basically expand the business process. Don't click on it. It is not populating the one job application. Cancel it. Select this actions job. Application. This is saying move candidate and undo move. And then here you have create a job application if you want to. If you want to apply on this candidates we have on other position, few other positions. You can do a clear job application again or if you want to copy this job application, you can copy it or if you want to edit the job application, you can edit it. Basically, what the recruiters mostly play is with the move candidate and undo move. Click on move candidate. Currently, this person is sitting at active job application review status. It is reflecting on the review status now. 3 stages are there: move forward, decline, start parallel stage, move forward, which means since the the candidate applied the resume, you carefully scrutinize the resume and if found suitable, you move this step or what you say, candidates, detail to next section, which is manager phone screen. Possibilities that steps may vary to organization. But this is something you can see in the move forward step. Some do that recruiter calls first, Then they set up a call with the manager. There could be 1 or 2 or 3 lines of interviews, then assessment will be there. Then reference check will be there. Then offer background check and hire. There could be possibility. Few of these steps comes first in one organization or some steps comes last in another organization. But more or less there will be 4 or 5 steps. Next, select decline. If at any point of time candidate confirms you or you confirm a SAT, candidate withdraw. The application does not meet the job qualification, failed background check, job opening is no longer available or unable to contact candidate. Rare occasions are there when you try to connect with a candidate, but candidate already have another offer with him or not wanted to or not interested to join you due to XI reason. In those moments, they do not pick the call. Should not be the ideal case. At least you should tell them that I have received a job offer. I'm not interesting or looking for the new change. For that matter, they have added unable to contact candidate at any given point. They'd select candidate will do, does not meet. This could be your different actions, and there could be certain other actions as before the page refresh. Select to start parallel. There are pre-offer eligibility check is one of the options. There could be another option based on the organization's requirement. Before moving ahead, they start the parallel step with the employee. To check pre-offer eligibility check, select move forward and select manager screen and click resume. This task has been reassigned. Type Logan here, Logan, and enter. Now that you see, before moving the step, instead of manager phone screen, the option was review. On the active job applications, you have candidate name, requisition, position applied for, and candidate ID. Location, your date applied 21st of 10, 2024. Decline these applications is the one option. On top of that, there is action. And on top of that, you have manager phone screen option. Currently, this candidate is sitting on manager phone screen step. In progress, you see a waiting option is there. What is candidate? A screen candidate of waiting on. Hiring manager is Jacqueline. I waiting on Jacqueline. Now our job application has been updated in want to trash. Doesn't make any difference. Scroll down. This is a summary page. We will analyze the summary page first. You see here a job application status updated. This is one step ahead of the automatic message sent, which means there is some progress happening on this requisition and the candidate ID. Select this job, application status updated, click on this. Or this you have details which the requisition position SMA moved from review stage to phone screen. Messaged, whatever is manager phone screen, which means previously it was sitting on one step. Now it been moved to another step for review only. I have one question. We have created the job acquisition, everything was created. Now from moves from review to manager, prone will the recruiter would do or the manager would be doing this. It is primary recruiter's job, which is why I selected the primary recruiter in the requisition. If you not select the primary recruiter, he will or she will not be able to do these actions. Manager has nothing to do with here, these functions. It is all be a recruiter thing, create prospect, create job applications is our recruiter details. The creator function manager can play with the requisition. But that too not much to expedite the process again, go to actions. You see, move forward function is there. Don't go there. Yes, move forward function is there instead of going to actions. Just select that move forward. Cancel it. The actions one yes. Then no click outside of this action, anywhere outside of this action on this page. Yes, you have moved forward in bottom. Yes, click on it. Where do you want to move forward? Do you want to schedule interview? Do you want to check the reference? You do want to offer it. Do you want to do the background check? Can you want to do the hire ready for hire? We don't have that much of time to go through every function. Better you go to the offer. Sorry, hire as a task which I am be giving you away. Just note down, you need to perform the entire cycle. Reassign. I hope the task is to everyone. You understood the task. One by one, you have to go to the entire cycle. In the next class, we will be reviewing your communication strength to and fro between the system, between the candidate. Reassign. I'm sorry I'm taking some more time because I have to complete this processing. Yes, and which is why I did this. It's leaving every steps apart down. Yes, you are currently sitting on higher. Scroll down. Now the automatic message sends. Click on the automatic message top one. This one. A very long message sent to candidate. Congratulations on your job offer with company name, and these are the template, and details will be auto-populated once it reaches to employee, as these are custom fields, which the reporting section takes care of. I look forward to speaking with you, and all these blah 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 details are there. Name of the onboarding representative. OB stands for onboarding here, and date sent and all. These the line items and everything is there between now. You start the date and also do. And everything is there. You can have it in your free time. Read every column. These messages are can be customized. There is a business process and there is some custom notifications. And alerts section is there where you can customize these notifications, what to send and what not to send. See it, we will see it. And when we will be doing the business configuration. Business process configuration. Chapter now you understood how the recruiting process works. I understood, but it will. It will require the practice time, then only it will get here. As of now, it is very easy. Whatever you have described, it is the only process basically. Recruiting on Workday is very limited. Where it's not limited, it's basically they have minimized into various selective tasks. You don't have to do multiple events. It is all integrated to different entities, to candidates, to hiring manager, to other departments. And they have minimized the number of efforts. And a recruiter has to take. This is one. Actually, I want to ask in the case of bulk hiring for every single candidate, I don't think we have to do this step separately. Is there any option that we can perform in a combined form for different candidates? For that, we have integrations, EIB, which we know, which we will be learning in the chapter integration, could be 11 or 12. You want to have a 200 employees as a hire. You want to terminate 3,000 employees in one organization. Oh my God, 3,000 is very much a huge amount. I said 30 or 300. Sorry, I apologize. 300. Termination is not a good event. You can do one-time payment of the 3,000 employees. You can do annual review, which is compensation change of 1,000 employees. And all these steps can be completed in just a matter of 10-15 minutes in integration. Remember, you can basically calculate the number of time we would be saving with the help of integrations. Go to Actions, Job Application again, select Undo, Move. Easy. At any point of time, you find yourself in a troubling state, the previous step. Have been completed without acknowledgement received from manager. I honestly moved this candidate into next step. We want this step to be moved back to one step. This is basically pulling the record from bottom to top or top to bottom, whatever hierarchy you understand. Basically putting this record in closer to initiating step. Currently we are sitting on closer step. This job application. Yes, and then currently event cancelled. Ready for hire. The current state is ready for hire. All proposed step. Proposed steps is sent back to manager phone screen workflow. Step screen candidate. Why there are no other steps? There are 4 more steps. Yes, because we purposely skipped it. For this business process, the first and last step this requisition has, or this job application or candidate ID has, is the manager phone screen and the ready for hire. When you do the undo from ready to hire, it will go back to the manager phone screen. Prior to that, we need to also confirm the thing and then submit. We need to type anything. Anything. That is a Greek language, I believe. Can you decode it? You said put it in the text. Anything, I put anything. Anything, you cannot find anything in the world. No. let's say. That's a very orbiting student there. Can you see on the screen on the active job? Application status. Earlier it was ready for hire, now it is manager phone screen. Again here you have action, click on it and then you see the move. A candidate function view, job application event and new job acquisition to move it. Again and do the hire. Do the hiring and yes move to hire, ready for hire. Yes, I'm sorry, I've already taken, I mean approximately 50 minutes. Resign. Somebody left. I hope the class is interesting today or and then done yes. Now you have some to-dos which you can see at any point of time. Click on this clear new wheel. In the active, no, not that one. Inactive job application function. Oh, it opened the same page. Might. Open the job requisition basically. In the side you see job requisition all 7922 rare. Side. Click on it. No, the job acquisition name, not the related action. Yes, click on it. You must have seen this, just this what you say. Scroll down this page somewhere. And this the picture. Basically it's a representation of the number of candidates. Applied number of candidates rejected at particular screen or particular step who moved one step ahead. There will be a complete picture of it with analysis. We only have one candidate as a part of testing. The record being 50-60 and we would have moved 40 in the assessment, 30 in the screen, 20 in the interview, 10 in the offer, 5 in the reference check, 2 in the background check, and 1 in the recruiting. There will be a number of the circles will be updated with required number. Higher having 1, this will give you the overall percentage. An action on this can job requisition performed by different entities or stakeholders. Recruiter manager, hiring manager, and the event of details. Scroll on top. There is a review, interviewing and offered stage. 0 in review, 0 in interview, and offered 1. Ideal case is there will be reviewed, filled with numbers. There will be interviewing filled with numbers and there will be offered only selected to 1. If position is 1 selected. Now that this part is done for create prospect and job application. Next part we need to complete it, which is reflect to hire. For hire we need to create a pre-hire first. To applying for a job application, now understand the logic here and understand the common features. To introduce a candidate into system, in the job application function, we have a create Same way to hire that person who has been introduced in the job application into system. We have a create pre-hire. Create prospect and create pre-hire are same task with having different functions enabled in the system. Also create job application and create hire or hire employee is the same. A task again having different understanding into the business process. Do one thing, go to the details. Which one details down the line? Details. Oh, click on it. It says interview details, interview team, and everything will be there. Let it hold getting loaded. It is loading. This is your acquisition, your profile. Position, number of positions available, and everything you mentioned here. Location that we have mentioned, that was Australia, but here it is mentioned as New Year. Where did you mention the primary location? This one is different one. We created three basically. One is without compensation, which was confirmed, and two are with compensation. I believe the Australia you created is for either 3 or 1. Somebody can check and confirm. And this is worker, is fixed term employee. And the job profile is different. ABC Bank HR is. We have not selected fixed term. In any of the job application we created, what you do is go on top. Related action of this requisition again top. Related action higher. There are 4 options. Usually first, one is the one. You will only see one. Somebody have added different options. As a maintain business object there. And if that is not working correctly, you type in the search bar higher. Yes, it is working. Sir, I open it. It's not correctly working. Close it. Close it. Yes, it's not correctly working. The higher that one higher will not require. Cancel it or close it, whatever you can do. Just copy this or just have it somewhere saved. RSMP. And in the search bar type create pre-hire. In the search bar create pre-hire. Hello, what's up? Read. Let the task go. First, enter the details. The source what you selected in the previous. I think I have selected their social networking. LinkedIn, type LinkedIn. Select country, correct country. Aust- Thank you. You see allow duplicate name action checkbox. Click on that. Now scroll down. Provide first name and last name. My name is Clara. Claire Sile I surname Manuel. Now we are doing the HR partner role, which is hiring, or HR business partner role, which is our primary recruiter or recruiting team's job, has ended with the ready for hire function. They have done their part. Now we are moving on towards the actual business partner or HR partner role. Click it will ask for contact information. Sorry, it will raise an error which is defined, which is understood error contact. Information, scroll down, no, don't open it, scroll down email. Email, email, type Claire Navalat. Testcom without space, everything should be without space. .com type work or home anyone, do not in the testing environment, do not. Type at the red, Gmail, Yahoo, anything you might be hitting on very rare occasions. The accurate email ID. Now I'm taking the random name. Yes, it is. Complete. You have created a pre-hire. Let it load. Let it. See, you have a pre-hire ID, alphanumeric source, LinkedIn contact details. Scroll down. It is the last one. Click on done. Now, instead of create pre-hire, type hire. Only hire. Create hire. Remove the create one. Create word. Remove space. Let it load hire. Task and report. hire employee first one. People have created a lot of tasks. Maybe you can select second one in the hire again, go back to the search bar. Should I close it? I think Workday slows down the system. Sometimes second one, second one. Change the country, don't worry, change the country to Australia. In scroll down. Employee name. Clear. Scroll down more what? All options are there. New search, click search. It will populate the pre-hire record associated with the Workday system and the search result. You will have wait, it is searching, it is searching. Scroll up. You have your pre-hired record searched already. Recruiting source, LinkedIn pre-hired ID is one which we selected. Basically, Workday created. Click on this checkbox and do the start hire. A down class was supervised. Reorganization basically which is this is not the supervised reorganization. This one, a different one. Yes, cross it. I think we already selected the SMCF. It will not ask. It will not. Page refreshed, which is good for us. Select the first one higher, change the country, search for clear, and do the start higher. I feel it's working a bit fast. Claire, family name Newell. I noticed that in India the response time is fast, but for me it's very slow, Akshay. The US probably not sure what's wrong, but it's very slow. Oh, I'm not sure what is happening. Maybe scroll down, scroll up, basically. Maybe the type of sorry number of users might be active. Less compared to US. Could be. In the meanwhile, I would request Akshay to please send us the steps. It would be really easier for us. I also try to be very obedient on this. This is the MCF space UK enter. I hope one click on the related action. Oh, leave it, leave it, leave it, leave it, leave it. It is one. For anyone having any question, concern, are you getting the points? Are you able to connect the dot between create prospect and create hire, create job application, and create hire? Basically, yes. Great. Now, definitely, you need to practice more. Select today's. Hire, do one thing. Select 1st of October. I hope you selected the create. Availability date and everything backdated or today only today. Select everything from the today. Basically hired it today only. Hired it today, first day automatically updates. Reason, yes, reason. What is the reason? Rehire, rehab, new hire, recall. Acquisition. What is recall? Anyone aware of the recall? Recall in the sense if a candidate has been put on hold or he was the second choice in. And that case, if the first candidate did not turn up, then we can recall the second one. Any other understanding? You are basically doing the hiring step. Let's see what is there. Recall is something that when organizations are looking for homecoming, people who are worked for the particular organizations in the past and when the organization drive a campaign to regain the employees they worked with or who worked with. The coordination in the past. The recall function is for those. Rehire is also same. But recall and this rehire having different business objectives. Recall hardly happens. In very rarest of rare condition, rehire is when employee itself is coming back. Recall is when organizations are calling them back. And yes, the second option is the first. Recognition is also meeting the recall parameter, which is when candidate was selected, but somehow the candidate didn't appear and the secondary which the company said or put on hold, they recalled. It both options work. You select new hire. No, actually, other than that, is there any effect regarding the number of years of service or referring to service date? New hire, new position. Yes, scroll down. You need to select a position here. 7-2 was the position, I believe. Now you have two options. Position with job requisition. Position with job requisition. Without job equation. These are the two options reflecting under SF or any supervisory organization. When you create positions via two methods, what is the position number? Anyone remember the position number? Question number. Marat, can you check that 72 job requisition? Yes, I think it was 7273. That one was 732. So 7971, so 7. But these numbers are basically represent the requisition. We need a position number. Open the requisition and look for the position. Maybe Bharat, you can help if your tenant is open position. I got locked off due to inactivity. Anyone having tenant open? I'll select anyone with job equation. With job equation, not without with job equation. Try with the second one, HR. Oh, we were created for SME, I remember. We were creating for SME. Everything remains as it is, whatever mentioned. You see 0790, that is candidate ID. But we are looking for the position ID now. The candidate phase is already completed. When we put that employee, put that candidate for ready for hire. In the ready for hire, the candidate step is completed. The recruiter step is completed. Now that we are currently fulfilling the job responsibilities of HR partner, every detail is automatically populated. It's just that the employee type is fixed term. You need to populate it. The end employment date, select 12/31/2024. Over here we are converting the candidate into a full-fledged employee. No, we are converting the candidate which was equal to join on fixed term to a fixed term employee only, candidate to employee. And then why are we giving an end of employment date? Because we have selected the employee type as fixed term. Fixed term. Because of that, this is getting mandatory. Had it been selected in the very beginning as regular, there would be no employment date for 10 minutes. Location already selected. Most of the details you already selected while creating the job requisition and creating the position. Scroll down. Location will remain the same. Yes, yes, yes. HRA is a specialist. HRA is a specialist and they see job title and business title by default takes from position. Detail, but you have option to change from the position ID to different. If you want to change, you can change the job title. Business title automatically gets change paratype. Since it is a fixed term, you can select the paratype. How you want this person to get paid. All select all. Scroll down. Bi-weekly, daily, early, full time. What is the job exempt? What is the job exempt? Job exempt is basically for US people. There was a background of it which I am currently not recalling. They basically provide some exemptions to those who are working in the US. I'll have a very clear understanding on this ready in the document. I'm not able to recall now because I have. This function is not actively using by almost all organizations. They are only using where they have the US headcount working. All have a understanding on this, basically written in the Word document. Additional job, we don't require company insider type, we don't require full time. It is yes. Even the fixed term can work full time. 40 hours. 40 hours that makes the FTE and represent. Scroll down, we don't need a work. Shift employee tenure. It's written as test. Select it. It's only one value available. They have recently added this option. Earlier it was not coming up. A continuous service date will always be remain same as hire date. Submitted benefit service date. If you want this benefit, this employee to take half benefit start date from today. Only select it and one more is there. You can select put enter comment anything and select quickly before the tenant refreshed. Submit it, view details and process. Successfully completed. You can review the detailed clear new and you can click on the clear new name. Now you have a profile active. You have email ID, you have team name. Click on the email ID function. I can use there under the related action on left side. Where did you post this email ID? Remember the step. While we were creating the output file. It is taking the details from there, the contact information. Now you have an active employee. And in the name of Claire Newell, you have an active employee under the supervisory organization. SEMCLL 1 department. Location New York. Cost center is Space Material. Companies is Space Material 1. These are the organizations you created. And it is very a common representation of all the components in one page. Go to do. No, not that job. This one, yes. In the organization, first of all, we review the job details section will, then go to organization, and then close the chat, close the call. It's already 1.5 hours ahead of our official time. You have your business title, you have your job, family added, you have your employment type added full time is the time type. Scroll down your position have reflect your a position is reflecting correctly. Length of service 1 day. Why? Because it has recently joined. This employee has recently joined and implemented 31st of 12 2024. 1st of January 2025, there will be no active record of this clear renewal. And personal details is there. Basically, it's a contact information work address is there, New York. It's a scroll on top organization. Open the organization. Company hierarchy. Cost center hierarchy location, hierarchy locations region and the region hierarchy. Everything is populating here, along with the support department, the supervisory department. Just checked, is this the same information which we have created? Should I click it here? No, you just need to verify it through the naming convention. If you click here, it will open another page with the naming of this organization as company and other details. You need to check the naming convention of the components along with the organization. In the organization, you have the space material. In the second column, it is organization type, which is company, and in the third column, it is organization subtype again, whether it is a cost center, hierarchy, location hierarchy, whatever it is. Scroll down. In the organization type and organizational subtype for the supervisory organization. It is different thing because it is actually a different thing. Cost center hierarchy having. Cost center hierarchy is the only option there. Similarly, location hierarchy having location hierarchy in both the column is the only option here. It is just that supervisory organization is having a department there. We have successfully created the custom organizations. As part of organizations, we created our organization, primary one, which is the supervisory organization. Then we moved ahead for the sourcing of the employee. We created the create prospect. We created job application. We did the recruiting process. We hired. We created a pre-hire. And then we actually hired an employee. In total, we have done the staffing. Approximately 85% of the process. Along with organizations, you need to practice the entire setup at least once, and this is your task. And this task is for everyone. By the time we meet in next week, which is 26th of October, I will ask anyone to share their screen and help me go through the steps. I mean what they have created. The next to the next kind of thing. Agreed, you have a lot. Of tasks to complete, but prior to that, please send us the steps that we get stuck anywhere and we don't get lost to ourselves about next. Because while practicing the things, we really encountered the. Now that we are left with staffing, we move worker. There are 3 ways to move worker from one supervisory organization to another. Terminate the new hire employee. Do the transactions for which we have a separate transactions in Workday chapter promotion, location change, manager change kind of thing. Or one-time payment raise kind of thing. And then we will hire contingent worker. We have hired the regular employee. Position creation. We completed both the way with the required. Without requisition, I don't think anything that is left to a practice on screen that is directly related to staffing and recruiting and organizations. I'll see the what you say module section again and will help you understand these things. Please do like, share and subscribe to our channel. For more information, contact us sales@therightuptalk.com.